All right, so it's our 39th fellowship together. Praise Yahuah.
Oh, hallelujah.
Yeah,
Someone just
praise.
said something in a comment. I have to read it. Yahuah says to Moshe, be careful to make the menorah to the exact pattern I show you. Why? Because it's the exact pattern of his creation week. Day 4 is the spring equinox, and day 7 is the weekly Shabbat, on which we are commanded to rest. Yahuah did not rely or depend on a Gregorian calendar when he created the creation week.
I love
Look
it.
at that.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Esther Light. I'm not even friends with her, and I'm just looking in the comments. That's great. Oh, you are.
Boom.
There you
That's
go.
that's exactly what we're going to be speaking about today as well. Praise Yah.
Confirmation right there. Oh, I love it. That's phenomenal.
That really is actually. So yeah, let me begin with saying a prayer real quick, and we will get right into it. Father Abba Yahuwah, we come to you in prayer to ask for your blessings and your guidance and protection. Please help to continue to lead us through your word and help us to learn as we study more of your understanding. And we thank you for your true Sabbath day and for allowing this fellowship of all us brothers and sisters to be able to come together and gather on your true day of worship. And I wanted to say a prayer for all of those who are struggling through all the trials or tribulations or sicknesses, whatever it may be. We all need your help, Father, and we need your strength to endure to the end. And I pray to you in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Let it be so. All right. So this is actually pretty exciting stuff here. So really what I had found, so basically it all started with speaking with Dustin, and we had a meeting with him here in our Telegram group. I know a few of you had made it to it, but he had mentioned that he had found one of the leaders of the thousands of stars in Enoch 82, basically these leaders of the intercalary days. And so that's what Marissa had started looking into, but she had never fully looked into it. So I felt led to, download the app and look into it myself, because I felt as soon as Dustin mentioned it, I felt it was very important. And that's the exact thought that went through my head was, wow, this is one of those 4 intercalary day leaders. So I downloaded the app, and it's really amazing what I found. All praise to the Most High. And I was praying to him. I was asking him to show me these things. And, he showed me a lot more than what I originally asked. And, I'm not finished looking through all these different stars. There's a lot of different ones I want to look through and test and see. But what we've found so far is really amazing. And it's an app, and it's called Sky Tonight. And you can find it in the App Store or Apple Play, whatever. And it's really amazing. There's so many things you can do with this app, but let me go ahead and show you what I found, because these specific star leaders are going to prove out the exact days that we had found. And so if you notice in the chat there, I shared month 3 and month 9. And really quickly, if you take a look at the dates there for the seasonal intercalary days, or the 31st day of month 3 and month 9, the first one is going to fall on, so month 3, the 31st day of that month is on June 18th. And then month 9 is going to be December 17th. And those are going to be very important and pertaining to these specific videos, because these two added stars that I'm going to show you only come out from behind the sun on these two intercalary days. Really fascinating, and just more confirmation. So let me go ahead and share my screen here, and then I'll mute the mic, and then we can just get right into it. And I'm just excited, sorry. So without further ado, here we go.
The thousands as written in Enoch chapter 82, the four who represent the four seasonal intercalated days of the year. Enoch 82, 9:1-3. Verse 9, and these are the orders of the stars, which go down in their places, and in their appointed times and festivals and months. Verse 10, and these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Verse 11, therefore leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which divide the 4 parts of the year. Verse 12, and these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. Verse 13, and these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained, Morkiel, Alameli, and Meliol, and Andrel. Enoch 82:15, in the beginning of the year Meliol rises first and rules, who is named Hamaini and Shemesh, and all the days of his dominion, whilst he bears rule on 91 days. From the evening of 18th, which is evening prior to spring seasonal intercalated day or 31st day of month 12, Melial can be seen lining up with their sun. Just before sunrise, he will be seen rising in the same position of the sun. Then he leads the sun through the intercalated day. We are witnessing Enoch 82 in play. Enoch 82:18. The next leader after him is Alameli, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. As with Melial, Alameli can be seen lining up the evening prior to the 31st day of month 3. Again, just before sunrise, he can be seen leading the sun, rising in the same position. He leads the sun on the seasonal intercalated day. Unfortunately, Enoch 82, as we know it, is missing the last chapters about the fall and winter seasons we can find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the verses after Enoch 82:20. It is a very fragmented scroll, and the names of the leaders are fragmented out. We can only speculate whether or not the true name of this star. It could be Morkiel or Enlil. Like all the others, he lights up the evening prior, as to be seen before sunrise, on autumn intercalated day, leading the sun during the intercalated day. The winter intercalated day leader, just as with all the others, it repeats the same pattern, rising and leading the sun on intercalated day.
Enoch 82:17, and these are the names of the leaders which are under them, Barakiel, Zubstabel, and another who is added, a head of 1,000, called Helo Yosef, and the days of the dominion of this are at an end. So as you can see here, beginning the evening before June 18th, or the 31st day of the third month, this star HIP 27150, or Helo Yosef, begins its journey right from behind the sun. This is marking that summer intercalary day, or the 31st day of the third month, and it continues on from there until its days of dominion are at an end. And it will continue to grow its distance between it and the sun until its days of dominion are at an end. Enoch 82:20. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gedaliah, Keliel, Hiel, and the name of the head of 1,000, which is added to them, Asaphael, and the days of his dominion are at an end. So this unnamed star, HIP 86278, does the same exact thing as we saw the first added leader of the thousands does. This one is Asaphael, and he goes further and further away from the sun until his days of dominion are completed. And it's really amazing. All praise to the Most High. All right. Oh, sorry, my mic muted on its own. So as you can see there, so we have these 4 intercalary day leaders, and they come into alignment on these intercalated days, just before sunrise. And as we could see there, we can see him in the morning leading the sun, rising the same exact as the sun, just as Enoch describes. And then those two leaders, Halo Yosef and Asaphael, those are those two solstice day, basically the summer and winter solstice. And those are the two added leaders in Enoch 82. And they're the ones that Aaron Ryan uses to say these are the two divider day leaders for the year. Well, as you can see, they're actually the summer and winter solstice dividers. And they only appear from behind the sun just before sunrise on that intercalary day. And then they'll continue to lead it. And really fascinating. And, the dates are important because literally they only come out on these intercalary days. So it's just more proof, we have the correct days going on. We have the correct lineup. And there's a lot of people who are basically missing the creation cycle. And Shabbat Shalom, Richard. Glad you can make it. So there's just quite a few who want to, it's basically what the priests do in Ezekiel. They turn their back on the Creator to follow the Son. And that's what we see is going on with a lot of people, unfortunately. And it's mainly for those who want to put the yearly divider day in the middle of creation week. So we're going to go over quite a few things on why this doesn't work and, give scriptures and examples and just common sense questions. So really quick, let me share. Okay. And so we're also going to go over the meaning of Tekufa, because, there are some people who will deny that the Tekufa is speaking about the equinox. So we're gonna move out.
Really quick, before you get into that, does anybody want to say anything about those videos and what he's found? Or
Yeah.
I just wanted to say it's a mic drop. I don't see how you can look at it any other way.
Right.
Yeah, hallelujah for revelation. That's amazing. I love it.
All praise to the Most High. Yeah. It was dropping my jaw when I saw this, and I was just like, wow, there's no denying it.
Yeah. This is pretty incredible. So what you're saying is these leaders are coming in the day before the solstices and equinoxes.
Correct. Literally on those 4 intercalary days, the seasonal ones. And that these only line up with the dates that we have found. Right there. The markers in the heavens. And honestly, it's really mind-blowing. I I still can't get over the excitement about it. And yeah, it's just 100% confirmation,
The only thing, though, in one of the videos, and I forgot to mention this to you, you're flashing something and it flashed too fast.
Oh, that's just because for the voiceover text, you have to type it out. So it's just what is flashing is what's being read.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't. Okay, perfect.
I tried to make it so it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No, that's just it's a TikTok thing. I tried to make it so it didn't do that, but I couldn't figure out how to do that because I didn't want the words on the screen to block what was going on, basically.
Greg, Ken, Dwayne, Richard, Adrian, Rachel, Faith. What do you think? Carmen, what do you guys think? This is, I don't know
And
who just spoke before, but yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
that
it's
was
awesome.
Sister Jean.
It's awesome. And I'm just imagining like Abraham just like, up in the night watching the stars, confirming it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
so cool.
exactly.
Right. What was up there?
Yeah,
What was in the Dead Sea Scrolls is talking about the stars, looking at the stars from evening to morning. And we could see
yeah,
that now, that how important it is. It's just great. I mean, what a total confirmation. By the way, I think I just found another brother teaching on this.
wow, praise Yah.
Yeah, I just found another
Yeah,
one. I just emailed him. I'm kind of listening to you and watching his video at the same time. But yeah, Aaron. It's an Aaron. He has a YouTube channel. Jeremy, I sent it to you. I didn't watch it, but I'm looking at the comments, and what he said was, the New Year's begins on the spring equinox, which is Creation Day 4 on the Creator's calendar. There you go. Boom. And then there's someone that came in and said, well, no, he's saying the day after.
testing.
What was that?
oh, we hear you there, brother.
Oh, okay. I've been talking my head off and been muted all this time. I was wondering what was going on. I wanted to ask Jeremy. I got in here a little bit late, so did you have all four of those stars tracked on that chart?
Yeah, yeah. I had all four of those leaders, and then I had found those two added leaders, Halo Yosef and Asaphael, as well.
Okay. I'll have to rewatch that.
Yeah,
How's everybody
yeah, no
today?
worries. Doing blessed or being blessed. Praise Yahuah. Thank you, brother. And
Hallelujah.
I did share the link to the playlist of all the videos there in the chat. So if you wanted
Okay,
to
great.
rewatch them.
Okay, that's great. I'll do that.
But yeah, these leaders and the stars, they're proving out exactly what we found.
Is there
It's really amazing.
is there some kind of a star sign of some sort giving us that Job's birthday or the void day?
Yeah. So I'm going to be looking for all of that as well. So I've only had the app about a week or so.
Uh-huh.
So I'm looking at it. I'm finding all kinds of stuff in there. Actually, it's really interesting. Like I was looking, and there's a star. It's called Geminus or something like that. But it lines up with the center of the sky all year long. But the time at which you can see it varies. So I wanted to look into that and see if that's the star they were speaking about in 4Q320 that's shining in the center of the sky from evening to morning. So I'm wondering if that's when we can first see it come out. And there's a whole lot I'm still looking into, but Sister Erin Ryan has a video. I shared it in our chat a couple of days ago, but it's on her channel there, Remnant of Light. But it actually speaks about, she speaks about some of these stars that are up there as well. And I wanted to have a look at some of the stars she mentions and see what they do. So there's still a lot I got to do, but, praise Yahuah. When I prayed, he showed me these intercalary days, and then, he even showed me these two additional leaders. So all praise to the Most High, honestly.
Yes.
Spirit's moving.
Well, we're getting our butt kicked with all the naysayers. That's causing Jeremy to work even harder.
Yeah.
Again, even Pharaoh had a purpose. I go back to even Pharaoh had a purpose. So
That is true. That is
they,
true.
they all have their purposes. So it might seem hard and frustrating and difficult, but it's just gonna keep us moving in the right direction. That's what I see anyway. That's what I see happening, and I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we did want to go over actually the 2 cycles a little bit as well. And a few reasons why. So there just seems to be a lot of people, like they see the divider day, but they're only seeing that solar cycle of everything. And so they want to put their, yearly divider day in the middle of the week. So unfortunately, this doesn't quite match with what we see in scriptures. And it's also breaking up the 1 through 7 cycle of the week. So the reason it doesn't fit with scriptures, to start off right off the bat, is Genesis 1 verses 1 through 2. Specifically verse 2. But we see, and the earth came to be formless and empty, or tohu and bohu, and Josek, darkness, was on the face of the earth, and the Ruach of Elohim was moving on the face of the waters. So as we can see, Yahuah Elohim, he was here in the beginning, before there was days, before there was weeks, before there was months, before there was even the earth and the heavens. So the meaning head of days, which is what we see in Daniel, this is why he is called the head of days. He was there before there were days, weeks, months, years, any of that, before time itself.
Right.
And so we see this formless and empty void that we see here in Genesis 1. And then verse 3, it says, let light come to be, and it came to be. So this light is what's marking the starting of our counting of days. So this light coming to be, marking the start of day 1. Everything before this is going to be this void, this bohu. And so right here in the beginning, we see this void is before day 1 comes to be. And so there's many excuses saying, well, we don't have to follow creation week. Where's it commanded that we have to do this? Well, Yahuah is our example. And this is what he set in the beginning, that void before day 1. So this is our example. He is our example. Yeah. So to say we just ignore his example and do as we feel, unfortunately, it is not following what Scripture says. And, to be the head of days, you have to be there before the days, not in the middle of the week. It doesn't quite fit with the head of days. And so there's a lot of people who will say, oh, well, we don't have to follow creation week, but they're using creation week as the example for a day and what a week is. So they're basically saying, they're being hypocritical in doing so, saying, well, Genesis, it sets our days and our weeks, but the void day, no, we'll just ignore that part of it. Well, we can't do that. Why? Because of Jubilees, explains. So this is going to be Jubilees 1, Let me show you here. Jubilees 1. And starting in verse 26 here. So, and you shall write down for yourself all these words, which I declare unto you on this mountain, the first and the last, which shall come to be in all the divisions of the days, in the law and the witness, in the Sabbaths and the Jubilees forever. This can also mean weeks as well. Until I descend and dwell with them forever. And he said to the messenger of the presence, write for Moshe from the beginning of creation until my Mikdash has been built among them forever. So we see from the beginning of creation. It's not from the beginning of the months. It's from the beginning of creation. And Yahuah shall appear to all the eyes of all, and shall know that I am Elohim of Yisrael, and the father of all the children of Jacob, and sovereign on Mount Zion forever. And Zion and Jerusalem shall be Kodesh. And the messenger of the presence, who went before the camp of Israel, took the tablets of the divisions of the years from the time of creation, of the law, of the witness of the weeks, the Sabbaths, of the Jubilees, according to the individual years, according to all the number of Jubilees, from the day of creation, when the Shamayim and the earth shall be renewed, and all their creation according to the powers of the Shamayim, and according to all the creation of the earth, until the Mikdash of Yahuah shall be made in Jerusalem on Mount Zion. And all the lights be renewed for healing, and for peace, and for a barakah, for all the chosen of Israel. And so shall it be from that day and to all the days of the earth. So as we see, verse 29 is speaking of, from the day of creation. And then when heaven and earth are remade, it's going to begin from the day of creation again, is what it's explaining at the latter part of the verse here. And this is going to be for all the days of the earth. And so we can see Jubilees is speaking, from the beginning, from creation, from before day one. And so this is going to be Jubilee 6, and it's going to be chapter 30, verse 30. So, and all the days of the command shall be 52 weeks of days. These shall make the entire year complete. So 52 weeks of 7 days. Thus it is engraved and ordained on the tablets of the Shamayim, and there's no neglecting this command for a single year or from year to year. So we see that the command is 52 weeks of days from the beginning of creation, as we just read in Jubilees 1. And then this continues on showing, if we neglect this command or make observations of the moon, the years are going to disturb their orders. And so we see, the creation week is very important. And then we have Jubilees 50, verse 2. So, and I told you of the Sabbaths of the land on Mount Sinai, and I told you of the Jubilee years in the weeks of years, but thereof I have not told you, but the year thereof I have not told you until you enter the land which you are to possess. So the year, meaning creation, because as we just read in Jubilees, this is Jubilees, but chapter 6, every year from year to year, it's going to be the 52 weeks of days from the beginning of creation, as we read in chapter 1. So we see all throughout Exodus and all the many verses in scriptures, speaking about how this month is going to be the first months of the years for you. So he's telling them the months in the wilderness, but the year, when it starts, he doesn't tell them until they enter the land which they are to possess.
What does everybody think about that?
Well,
Anybody?
it's an amazing finding. Yeah, thank you, Andrea.
Yeah, this little, you have a gift to find this little things.
All praise to the Most High.
Amen to that. Yeah, it's such a distinct separation, you know. And I'm sure there's so many throughout the scriptures, just like recalibrating our eyes to see them, you know. Because for so long we have been thinking it with completely different glasses. And it would be so useful if other people would join, you know.
Yeah,
But little
yeah,
by little,
definitely.
yeah, it's more eyes, faster, you know, the discovery. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know exactly what you were saying earlier. I wanted to ask you, it was about the videos. I think Katrina posted some videos with with the planets. You were talking about the equinox.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
Is
four
that
star leaders.
Yeah, I've been missing in action a little bit, so I'm trying to catch up. I've been looking back and forth, but it's a lot of information and a lot of messaging, so I didn't have time to catch up everything.
So basically, what I found, and I shared the link to the videos there, if you want to watch them again. But these four
I'll watch
leaders.
them. I haven't watched. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
I'm sorry.
these are showing.
Yeah.
No worries. So they're basically showing the four intercalary day leaders that we see in Enoch chapter 82, and I also had found those two added leaders, Halo Yosef and Asaphael, as well. And so basically what these stars are confirming is we have the correct days on the correct time. And it's basically what I'm presenting is, you know, all the evidence showing creation week is very important. And yeah, there are so many witnesses. And because there are some who are, you know, denying creation week, and so just the witness of the stars, the witness of these verses here we're going to get into, and they all just show us, you know, how important his creation week is. And I kind of mentioned before, you know, it's like they turn their backs on the creator to follow the son, just like the priest did in Ezekiel. And
and you know what I find, you know, right here in Jubilee, it's specified exactly the 52 cycle weeks of year. Because most of them, even Jason, Rob, he keeps saying that it's an uninterrupted 7-day week. But that is not true. It's a 52 weeks uninterrupted cycle. But he keeps pushing that idea that it continues. You cannot disrupt the 7-day week, 7-day week. That is not true. I have not found that anywhere in the scripture. And he keeps going with that idea. It's a 52 weeks cycle. That's what is true. But the other one that it never interrupted, and it's like, yeah, it is reset it. But there's nowhere where it says that it keeps going like this forever.
Exactly. That's what they want to believe, because they don't want to see that there's 365 days in a year from vernal equinox to vernal equinox. And so they have to say that because they don't believe in that day zero. And they also don't believe in Yah setting his weeks by the sun. So when it says in Jubilees 2:9, the sun sets the year, sets the month, sets the Shabbat. Well, Shabbat means weeks. So the sun is literally resetting the year. And the weeks and months and days follow that. The whole year, with all of the feasts lined up in it, are being held by creation week. But they want to ignore that. They want to ignore Genesis 1 through 2, that void day before the creation week. They want to say, oh, the creation week doesn't happen every year, just like the sun's still out on that void day. Well, that's a silly argument, because the seasonal dividers are all days in which Noah ordained, which is part of the flood account. But that doesn't mean that they perpetually happen every year. Do you know what I mean? Like the
Yeah,
sun was
the flood doesn't
Yeah.
replay every year.
right, just like creation week doesn't replay where the sun goes away on the void day. No, it's just a remembrance, and it's a divider, because that's how Yah works. He divides things. He divides the seasons. He divides every day, placing a night in between it. That's
Well,
so,
on that,
yeah.
yeah, I know. On that, their logic, you would have to neglect day 1, day 2, and day 3 as well. If you neglect that, void day, you have to neglect day 1, day 2, day 3, because they only consider day 4 starting there.
Well,
And
right,
they
Yeah,
never
which is why
consider that
Jason,
part, the
which is
first part of the creation week. Yeah.
Which is why Jason uses the equal day, equal night only in the land. And that's where he gets his day, and then he moves it to the first Wednesday. So he does what the Zadok Way people are doing, citing well, it's different. They're just using the signs. So he's using equal day, equal night. Zadok Way is using the straight line shadow. But then they're moving it to whatever first Wednesday they want.
It basically, they don't use it. They just
No,
use
they
it
don't use the sun.
yeah, because they don't use it. You move it and you adjust it the way you want. And it's so
Like the
ridiculous.
moon people. Just like the moon people.
yeah.
They cite that they see the equinox, they see the head of the year, but then they cite the first new moon. It's the same exact thing. And it's all these week intercalations and month intercalations just mean you're not using the sun as your sign. You're using a Babylon week, or you're using the moon, which we're not to do, because 354 days cycle is 10 days off from his cycle. And then you're going to have to intercalate a 13th month, which is what they're doing, is intercalating a week. So they don't believe in the 0 day, but what they do is put that 0 day at the end of 6 or 7 years. See, they're putting a week of zeros where they want it to go.
Yeah.
Do you see what they're doing? That's insane. Yeah. It's so complicated. It's not right. Let the luminaries speak. Let them do what they're made to do, which is track the year and track the Sabbaths. It's just that simple. No moving necessary. I don't know why that's so hard. Yeah.
Exactly.
It is so, so easy. So easy.
Yeah, it's just
the basics, especially when I first started this calendar 12 years ago, I didn't have all this information that you guys have been showing me for the last few weeks. And when I tried to go to someone and present the calendar to them, I couldn't really come up with enough proof to get it over, But you see, I wasn't using a void day. I wasn't doing anything except using the equinox to start the year, being the 4th day of the week, So I didn't have all this information about that void day, and that in particular was the most important thing to me here just within the past couple of weeks, and the proofs of that
Yeah.
void day. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
just amazing. I just really thank Yah for bringing me to you folks, because it's just been a real blessing.
we're glad to have you,
you
brother.
know, I find so this part of the shifting, what they're using, the shifting of the season, and in the 1 week intercalary time, a thing so important when Yahuwah is distinguished all his season, all the feasts and everything by detail, by day, by night, whenever it starts, and he would not, I mean, it sounds ridiculous that he would not specify the moving or the intercalary week into this counting of years. That, I mean, to me, this is, you cannot justify that week intercalation in order to shift the season. There's nowhere in the scripture that is mentioned. Why would Yahuwah leave that out when he mentioned with such a precise all the feasts, all the days, everything? I mean,
Yeah.
it's
And
it's not a small detail. It's a huge in
yeah.
his calendar. That should have been so important. There's nothing you can find. I mean, that is the only thing when you explain somebody the calendar that you cannot really explain just uh, by sticking to the Wednesday. That's the only way you can say it, by sticking to Wednesday. Because other than that,
Yeah.
you cannot align a Wednesday with the fourth day of the creation week, unless you call it Wednesday and you shift it from one Wednesday to another.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
just
other way.
Yep.
There's
it's
no
mixing.
boundary. Yeah.
It's mixing. It's idolatry. It's trying to mesh Yah's ways with the Babylon ways, which is exactly what the golden calf represents. So, like, the children of Israel didn't understand what Yah said when he said, don't make these molten images. But they still had that command, and they erected that calf anyway, and he got mad because he's just like, this is not how I want to be worshipped. And now we have all of the information in our hands, and they're committing the same crime. And it's Saturn, this stronghold of Saturn. When you think about it, this is Satan's Sabbath. He marked it.
Yeah, think about the logic. They say we're not celebrating Sunday. We're not worshiping on Sunday. We're worshiping Yahuwah on the Sabbath. Okay, is the Sabbath synonym with Saturday? Yeah, but we don't call it Saturday. We call it Sabbath. Okay, but is it synonym with Saturday? Yeah. They keep going like so. It's just, how is that not celebrating a day, by a planet, by a Saturn? When it's a synonym, it's the same thing in people's mind. You don't give Yahuwah's right to switch from one day to another the way he wants, I mean, this day,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's it. That's it for real. And they,
And that's
like we
exactly
see
what.
sorry, real quick, I was just going to say, on screen here we see the command is 52 weeks of days, not 53 every so many years. And then the verse right under it is every year from year to year. We don't see that there's an extra week anywhere here in Jubilees or in Enoch.
Amen.
365 days only. And it fits inside that solar year. But like with
exactly.
Dwayne, how did you know that the equinox was the start? What about like Jubilees with equal day, equal night? How did you know that the straight line shadow was the first day?
Just out of visuals, the heavens tell it. I didn't
Yeah.
do any reading in Jubilees at the very first. I didn't start checking Jubilees or Enoch until just a couple of years ago when I ran across the other group that Robert and Sarah and Gina were running. And then I had to, then I couldn't get by. They were trying to, or Sarah was anyway. I got to know Sarah pretty well, and she was trying to get me to go with that Wednesday thing, and I just couldn't see it. And somebody asked me. I said, they asked me, what would you go by? Would you go by what's written or what you see in the heavens? And I say, I definitely go by what I see in the heavens. And I'm not talking about what's written in the word, but what people are writing, Did that explain
Yeah.
to you, Katrina?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to open the mic. Yeah, you were convicted on that first day equinox, and you didn't even have the Enoch and Julie's, or did you? But how about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Well, I had just gotten started with the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the one proof that I got out of it was, I can't remember the fragment number, but it was the one where it showed the Sabbath was 3 days after the Passover, or was it the other way around? The Passover 3 days after the Sabbath. Where is that?
Or is it the fourth day of the year?
No, that's the equinox's fourth day of the year.
Yeah.
Or the fourth day of the week, I mean, first day of the year.
I'm interested in that scroll that speaks about Passover then. Because when I was
I'll find it.
Because when I was talking to Robert the other day, he said, show me one proof that Messiah kept a different Sabbath. And I said Passover, because if he ate the Passover and then died the next day, which would be on the 15th, then his Sabbaths would be different than the Pharisees as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were on a different count. It would be one day off.
Yeah.
And he hasn't said anything.
Well, the thing with that is because, so the Pharisees and Sadducees, they followed a floating lunar quasi-week, and they got that from Seleucid Greece. Guess who else got their calendar from Seleucid Greece? The Pharisees and Sadducees. The Romans. So they both were following the same calendar, but Saturday was day one of the Romans quasi-week at that time. And this is why we see in Josephus and Philo that, Saturn's day aligned with the Jews' Sabbath day, because they were both following a floating lunar calendar. So it just happened to line up. So with Yahuah's true Sabbath day, it's not on any one specific day of the week, as we can see. But we can see that it will line up with, or some of these lunar Sabbaths will line up with the true Sabbath about every 6 years, because it'll come around. So through the Gregorian days, like, it'll come back around every 6 years. Like, say, for example, last year, the Sabbath day lined up with Saturn's day. So in 6 more years, it's going to line up with Saturn's day again. So we see the same thing going on here. So this is why the true Sabbath would be lined up to these handful of Pharisee examples that we see in scriptures, where I believe that's where the two Sabbaths happened to coincide, and the Pharisees were coming to him on the Sabbath days saying, oh, look, he's doing works. That's my thoughts on that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Yeah.
That fragment I was talking about is 4Q329A.
Okay. Would you be able to write that in chat so I can go look that up later?
I have to figure out how to do that. Where's the chat?
Why don't we just look that up right now? Could you do
Here,
that?
hold on.
I would like to just see that.
It was 4Q329.
329A.
Okay.
Do you have the reading of it?
Yeah.
Oh, you have it? You have it pulled up there, brother?
Yeah, I've got it. I'll just read. It's just one full paragraph, and it mentions the. Okay, in brackets, the festivals of the first year on the third of the week, and it goes through these various priests that were that go over about a 5 or 6 year period. Okay, on the first year, on the third of the week of Maziah falls the Passover. So that's 3 days after the Sabbath.
Yeah. Yeah, on
And
the third
it goes like this for about let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different priests, six of them. That entails 6 years. And on each of those 6 years, the Passover falls after, 3 days after the Shabbat.
Yeah, on the third day.
Right. That proves when the Shabbat is, or when Passover is and when Shabbat is. That has to be in line, in other words, each year.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I thought you all already had that or had found that anyway. That's why I never mentioned it before.
Well, that is actually in a lot of places in the scrolls. It shows Passover is on the third day of the week.
Okay. I'm going to have to.
Oh wow, interesting. So
to figure, and then you talk about, figuring out it happened through a catastrophic event in the heavens, and this is what was on my mind for years, trying to figure out just exactly how it happened and when, that the day came longer, when it hasn't, it's changed.
Yeah.
Richard, you just sent this priestly course chart. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I've been looking at those charts there, and I was only able to. This is taken from the Remnant of Light site, and I think it was Aaron. She's got the first 3 years, and one thing I haven't figured out yet is I believe off of that last week, I think with that interview, Jeremy, you had with Jackson Snyder, there's a fella that a bearded fella. He was chatting a little bit. And he has a website too, and he's got the other 3 years. I don't know where he's gotten those from, if he got them from the Dead Sea Scrolls or not. But when I look at getting back to this image, when you start looking at the feast days and the days that they're cited, in this priestly order and you transpose that over onto the calendar, you can see that that's jiving as well. And so I think, and I can be completely wrong here, the crew that was on that meeting last with Jeremy, they're strictly looking just at the priestly calendar.
Right.
And going off of that, they're not, and I think what they're missing is connecting these two and looking for evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, the God's Spell Worth Dying For group with Gina and Robert.
Okay.
They're saying that the sun, the moon, and stars are just witnesses to what the priestly courses are doing. That's what they say.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm seeing from what Jeremy has placed for us, on those examples there with stars, and then you have the priestly order. I think it's all coming together and showing evidence of this. I mean, you can't get that from a lunar only calendar, and you can't get it from the people that are looking at the Wednesday, the week before, or the week after, and you can't get it from the people that are taking the equinox, then adding a day. They're just disrupting the entire cycle then, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, exactly. I see the same.
yeah, what they're doing is using the moon to mark a year, and then that moon has to line up 294 years later or before. But we're finding that when you actually go and look, it doesn't line up, as they're saying. So 294 years before or after, it won't be a full moon. It won't be on a Wednesday. It will be just out there. And
yeah, I fully agree. And in addition to that, there's a couple of mentions within Scripture as well of when they're speaking of the Israelites and from the time of Abraham to the time of their release of bondage, on the same day. I mean, this is the same day. There's absolutely no way a person can come up with that by looking at the phases of the moon.
Yeah.
right. Exactly.
And that also correlates with when we see the mark, it's that same day. It's not the day after. He doesn't give us the mark and then say, all right, wait a day and then go ahead. No, it's
exactly. Fully agree.
Yeah. And that's what we see with the witness and the stars and everything. And I was actually about ready to get into Job and Tekufa as well. Because, people want to follow only what Strong's Concordance says. And, they claim Tekufa, it doesn't mean the equinox. Well, the first two letters literally mean the mark of the sun on the horizon. If you translate it literally to what the actual letters mean, that's what it means. Mark of the sun on the horizon. So to say it's not the equinox is a fabrication, because it absolutely is. And it also means, a turning or a cycle or a season as well. It's just they took out equinoxes as one of the definitions. And that's what we see with Job chapter 3 as well. Give me a second. Let me get it on screen here. Okay, so really quick before we get into Job, I wanted to go over 4Q394 as well. So going with all the evidence we had just gone over in Jubilees and Genesis, you know, there are some who say I'm adding to the text here. Well, this is inaccurate because all I'm doing is taking out what the authors inserted in between these two brackets. So all I'm doing is taking it back to the original text, and it says the Sabbath is in it, or that 28th day of the 12th month. And after that Sabbath is added, and the year is complete in 364 days. So if I had just isolated this on its own, we didn't have any of these other witnesses or evidence or anything, then people, their claim may be correct that maybe I'm adding to it. But with all this evidence and other witnesses and backup, no. All I do is remove what's in between the brackets. So as we can see, you know, all you got to do, type in what we see are the brackets in the Dead Sea Scrolls author's insertions. In the context of Dead Sea Scrolls, brackets and translations indicate reconstructed text that was damaged or lost, not necessarily author's insertions. But scholars use these brackets to show where they have made educated guesses about the original wording based on other manuscripts or contexts. So just as I said before, they take what they read out of other scrolls and they'll insert what they find in other scrolls to make an educated guess on what they think would go there. So it's the same as like Peter's dream, for example. So we see scholars and their insertion, they'll call it educated guesses, but we know it's author's insertions. But we see they insert there, you know, all animals have been made clean. This is what Peter's dream is talking about. But we know that that's incorrect. It's the same context as with here. So they read some other scroll somewhere, and they're like, oh, well, you know, maybe this is what is in here. No, we just take out what is in the, or sorry, we take out what is inserted and we just read it for the original text. And it's going to line up with the rest of scriptures. And so this is going to be Jubilees 12, verse 16. So this is where we see Abraham sat up through the night on the head of the month, the 7th month. It says it's mistranslated as new moon, but we know it's HaChodesh, the head of the 7th month, to observe the stars from the evening to the morning. And so with what we just saw in the witnesses of the stars, that's exactly what Abraham was, you know, observing there in the sky. And then with Job, so this is chapter 3. Oops, sorry, scrolling too fast. So Job 3, and then verse 5 and 6. So let darkness of the shadow of death buy it back. So wait, it's buying it back. What's he buying back? Well, this void, formless and empty, before day one, Genesis 1, 2. So he's saying, let darkness take it back. Well, there's only one day that there was darkness, and that's before day one. And let a cloud dwell on it. Let all that blackens the day frighten it. And then let that night, let darkness seize it. Let it not be included among the days of the year. Let it not come into the numbering of the months. So this is actually talking about a lunation as well. If you go to the original word here, it's actually the word for lunation. So those who are claiming, oh, well, you know, the moon doesn't have this, or the moon doesn't have this, or, you know, the week doesn't have this. Well, Job is saying it's not counted in the weeks of years or in the lunations of the moon either. So you're not going to see this in the moon. Why? Because it's not counted. And so we're going to see here, which is backing up more of the weeks the creation week cycle of the year, and then the monthly solar cycle of the year. And so we see Enoch, he was the first among men. Sorry, let me go to show you what it is. It's Jubilees 4. And starting, well, it's verse 17, but I wanted to just show you it's speaking about Enoch here. So, and he, Enoch, was the first among men that are born on earth who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of the Shamayim according to the order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months. So now we're seeing separate months, separate months, separate months. But here we see earlier in Jubilees talking about the separate years, separate years. So we can see a distinction between years and months here. And they're saying, look, Enoch is speaking about the months of the year, the solar cycle. And he was the first to write a witness, and he witnessed to the sons of men among the generations of the earth, recounted the weeks of the Jubilees, and made known to them the days of the years, and put in order the months, and recounted the Sabbaths of the years, as we made known to him. And so, here we go. 1 second. Let me show you this here. So we're going to get into Tekufa and its meaning. So we see here, let me go to the picture. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. So there are many who claim, because Strong's Concordance doesn't define Tekufa as one of the equinoxes or solstices, it doesn't mean that that's what they are. Well, I would like to take it back to the original meanings of the words to show you that's exactly what it means. So we see Tekufa, and it translated back to the Paleo-Hebrew. And it comes from the root word kuf, which literally means the sun speaks. And so the first letter is the tav, which is the mark or the sign. And so let me show you. That's what I had this chart up for here. So we're seeing the tav, it's going to be that mark or sign. And then next we have kuf. So the kuf, as we can see, it's the sun on the horizon, literally. That's what it's meaning. And then we have the vav, which is a nail or a peg or a tent peg. So this can also represent, all we need is a peg or stick in the ground, and we track the shadow, and it'll make a straight line on that equinox day. So this peg can also represent that device used to measure that with, which is also the temple as well. And then we have pei, which is mouth or speak. And then we have hey, which is behold. So pei, mouth, word, or speak. And then hey, which is behold. So when we take Tekufa back to its original meaning here, we're going to see that the sun on the horizon is the mark or sign. And behold, the shadow or straight line speaking. So what we have here, let me get back to this. Scroll down. Oh, there we go. So Tekufa in its original meaning actually means the sign of the sun on the horizon is speaking, making secure the beginning of months. Or behold, the nail or peg can also represent that straight line the sun will make on the equinoxes. So the temple and the Tekupha. When Solomon built the temple of Yahuah at Jerusalem, it was made specifically so that the sun would shine directly through the eastern gate on both the vernal and autumn equinoxes, so that they could never get the calendar and the holy days incorrect. And this is Ezekiel 43. So to claim that Tekupha doesn't mean the equinox because it's not defined properly in Strong's Concordance would be like saying Chodesh means new moon because Strong's says so. And it's true. You know, we know Strong's Concordance isn't always accurate. It's not properly defining words, and it will adhere to the authority of the usurpers.
Yep.
So this is going to be that the article I had shared earlier, but we're going to be reading it here to go through and kind of verify what I was saying. So the year begins in the month of Nisan, which occurs in the spring at the Tekupha, or the turn of the year, when the sun has completed its orbit. So Yahuah is the one in control of the Tekupha and the movement of the constellations. And Job 38:32 and 33 we can see. So Job 38:33 specifically, do you know the chukah, the laws of the heavens, or can you establish their rulership on the earth? So the spring Tekupha occurs when the sun has completed its cycle through the constellations. And that's exactly what we see. We see that Tekupha, or equinox, occurs at the head of the sun's circuit, marking the beginning of the monthly cycle. And so we have Tekupha here. Yeah, yes, Nisan is a Babylonian name. This is just what this article is saying, so I was reading it. I don't agree that the months are all named. They're just numbered. That's what we see. Same thing with the weekdays. They're just numbered. So we're going to see here is exactly what I showed you earlier. It's just Tekupha transliterated back into the Paleo-Hebrew. And we see the circle of the sun around the earth, usually in reference to a time, or and circuits about. So Tekupha comes from the from the root kupa, which literally means the sun speaks. The Hebrew words used in reference to time further reveal that the time is linked to the movement of the heavenly bodies. So again, we see here, it's speaking about time or a period of time as a moment or season. And the word for it is time, season, when or always. So et, which pictographically means to see the cross, and in ancient Hebrew thinking meant to see the mark. What is the mark? It is the sun it is the sun setting and rising above the horizon when on the Tekupha, or spring equinox. And then we have Kup. So the pictograph is a picture of the sun at the horizon. The what picture is that? It's the pei is a picture of the mouth. Combine these. If we combine them, it literally means the sun speaks. As the sun travels through the sky, it marks, or speaks commands, the times and seasons. See Genesis 1:14. The condensing of the light of the sun when at the horizons. Wait, hold on. I misread that. The condensing of the light at the sun when at the horizons a condensing of milk into curdles, or a going around of the sun from one horizon to the other. So Psalm 19:6, and the sun, going forth from the end of the heavens, and his tekufa to their ends, and nothing is hidden from his heat. And so this is a really good article, actually. And here, let me just copy and paste it for everybody again. And I'll put it in the chat here. Is there a more accurate concordance than Strong's? The lexicon is a bit more accurate, because as we can see, it doesn't translate Chodesh into new moon. It calls it what it is, a renewal, which is the renewal of the 30-day months. So the lexicon, I believe, would probably be the closest you can get. But we see that Strong's, it's not always accurate. And I'm not saying Tekufa doesn't mean circuit or cycle or seasons, because yes, it does mean those as well. But the meanings that they did leave out was, it's speaking about these equinoxes and solstices as well. And really, with all this information and witness and data combined, we see, it's proving out the weekly cycle or the creation cycle, and that's the 52 weeks of 7 days. And then we also see the solar cycle, which is the 12 months of 30 days plus the 4 intercalary days. And so we see Jubilees is speaking about the weekly cycle. And Enoch is speaking about the monthly or solar cycle. And actually, real quick, there's one more thing I wanted to share as well. And it's about the priestly ordination and the 2 signs of the sun, or the equal lux, which is equal day and equal night, signaling, that void day, or the end of one year and the beginning of another. And then we have the straight line shadow. It's 2 signs of the sun. And so there's, starting here in the center, so there are 2 significant markers that fall within the 7 days between the final 52nd Sabbath of the old year and the first Sabbath of the new year, which is 3/16. We call the divider day, or the equilux, or void day. Equal day and night, when the day and night appear equal from the earth in Israel. And then on 3/20, the equinox, or tekufa, when the day and night are equal by heavenly measure, the straight line balance seen from above. So these 2 days, or witnesses, serve as posts within a sacred 7-day window, which corresponds to the consecration of the priests, the sanctification of the altar, and the glory of Yahuah entering the temple. In Ezekiel 43, we are shown the glory of Yahuah entering the temple from the east, filling his house with light and power. And in Ezekiel 43, 1-5, and we see the gate facing east, and see the esteem of the Elohim of Israel came from the way of the east. So this vision aligns with what happens during the 7-day consecration period. It's during this time specifically, on the equinox or tekufa, that Yahuwah's glory enters his house, and the sun rises perfectly in the east, casting a straight line of light, no distortion or no blending, just pure heavenly light. And the temple is filled with it, and the house is sanctified. So in verse 8 of the same chapter, Yahuwah says, so Ezekiel 43:8, when they place their threshold by my threshold, and their doorpost by my doorpost, with a wall between them and me. And they defiled my Kodesh name by the abominations which they have done. So I consumed them in my displeasure. So here Yahuah is making a distinction between man's posts versus his posts. So on 3:16, or the equilux, day and night appear as equal, as viewed from the ground by the priests in Israel. And this is due to the atmospheric lensing and light refraction. And that is man's post here on earth. However, Enoch, when he's taken above the earth, he saw something different. There was no lensing, no refraction, no blending. It was just pure division. There was light and darkness. So the true straight line day, or the equinox Tekufa, is what Yahuah sees. That is his post. So within the 7-day frame between the last Sabbath of the year and the first Sabbath of the new year, so 3:16 and 3:20, they stand as the two posts, or the two witnesses, the doorposts of his holy entrance, one view from the view of man and one from the view of heaven. So I wanted to scroll up and show you, how it is. We see in 1QS, column 10, that this specific day is a great day for the Holy of Holies. And so this is a visual of what we were just reading. So you see equal day and equal night is going to be Yakin, or he shall establish. So what was established? So before everything, the head of days, before the days, before the months, he established everything. That's what this pillar is representing. And then in between the two pillars, we have 1, 2, and 3. And then day 4, this pillar is marking day 4, Boaz, in its strength. In its strength is the glory of Yahuah shining into the temple, lighting up the Holy of Holies on the Tekufa in that morning. So there would be no need for the priest to be, working all day to try and track that line. They would see it by that morning and know for sure. And let me get to this verse here. Where is it? Here it is. So this is 1QS, or the community rule, column 10, verses 3 through 5. At the entry of the constellations in the days of the heads of the months, together with their rotations during their stations, renewing each other, it is a great day for the Holy of Holies, and an omen, and then we have vacate, or blank, missing text, of the opening of his everlasting mercies, for the beginnings of the constellations in every future age, at the commencement of the months in their constellations, and of the holy days in their sequence, as a reminder in their constellations. So it's saying this great day for the Holy of Holies is the commencements of the months in their constellations. So that Tekufa lighting up, the sun rising directly due east, shining between the pillars, going and lighting up the Holy of Holies right in the center. This is marking day 4 of the week, the commencement of the months. We don't see the day after. We don't see, the next day is the commencement of the months here. No, this day specifically is the commencement of the months. This is the Tekufa, that spring equinox. This is marking day 4 of Creation Week. And we see Creation Week is very, very important, because in the beginning is when we see Tohu and Bohu, before day 1 came to be. And as I had gone over before, the head of days, the ancient of days, is speaking about this right here in Genesis 1. It's the time before the counting of days, time before the counting of weeks, time before the counting of months. It's not the head of days if you put him in the middle of the week, because then time has already commenced. And he's no longer the head of days if he's after day 3, because 3 days have already been counted. And, numerically, 0 starts off the count. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 0, 4, 5, 6, 7. And as I said before, that 0, if you put it in the middle of creation week, is going to break the 1 through 7 cycle. Not only that, it's going to go against Genesis 1, 1 through 2. It's going to go against Jubilees, and it's going to go against the Dead Sea Scrolls. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or anything else they would like to add as well, feel free.
Jeremy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't know whether you could hear me or not. Now, I've talked to you about this before, and I was just looking at it again. All the time that I was keeping the calendar before, we were using the autumn equinox, the autumnal equinox for the Day of Trumpets. And of course, now I'm going to be using the 18th like you are, because it is a count exactly 6 months. So making that the first day of the 7th month. But I was wondering, the fall equinox also shows the glory of Yah by illuminating the temple the same way it does on the vernal equinox. And something else I noticed was, there's 4 days between the 18th of September and the fall equinox, which is on the 22nd. Is there something special about that equinox or the fall equinox day?
Well, so I'm still trying to figure that out, because we see there's a discrepancy with when the solstices and the autumn equinox happens as well. And Aaron Ryan kind of explains it a little bit, but I'm trying to figure out this discrepancy. And then, because a lot of times we see, time and date and things like that, it isn't quite accurate. And actually, last year we were looking at, funny enough, Robert Villa's information, and he tracked the solstice on the divider day last year, or that spring, sorry, not spring, winter solstice day, basically. And so I know Erin's been tracking it quite a while, and she said something. I don't quite understand it yet fully. I need to watch some more, but she says basically almost every year there will be 91 days in between each, but then about every 4 years, that's when we're going to see 92 days in the at the autumn equinox, and then the winter is going to be 1 day short. And that's actually the signal to add that second divider day every 4th year, is when that autumn equinox comes in a day later. So I'm still looking into all of that. I know that's actually a very important factor, and I think it's just something we're going to have to track and trace more often ourselves to see. But we do have the alignment in the stars. And
I do know that the fall equinox generally does fall on the 22nd, and of course your date for trumpets is always on the 18th of September. Am I correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's 4 days difference, just exactly the same way it is for the first day of the year and the 4th day of the week.
Wow, interesting. Wow. So maybe that is significant. Because wait,
It's
with
been
the
on my
20,
mind. I don't know, I don't know how to.
yeah. So, so wait, it's the hold on 1 second. So the 22nd would actually be the 5th day of month 7, which is day 1 of the week. Interesting. I'll have to remember that when I do my studies more. Oh, Sky Tonight is the app I'm using. In one of Erin's videos, she mentioned the fall equinox can help identify the leap year. Yeah, exactly. That was actually one of the videos. It's in our library group under the 2 cycles of the year tab. I'm gonna have that video and then part 2 of that video as well.
The
And
2
she does it.
yearly cycles.
Yeah. So the
Okay.
creation cycle or the weekly cycle of the year, and then the solar cycle or the monthly cycle. Oh yeah. There you go. Thanks for sharing, brother. Yeah, no, we've watched Aaron's videos in the past quite a bit. Of course, we don't agree with her spinning ball in a vacuum point of view, but
Yeah. Well, I don't know where I go with that. I mean, I jump back and forth with it. Let me put it that way.
well, also working actually on an article about how the scriptures speak on how we live on a flat topographical plane covered by the firmament, which the sun, moon, and stars are moving around us. But
Yeah, I see it that way too. I gotten into the flat earth quite a bit in the past, and then I'll say, well, hey, this is it. And then later on, I'll try to figure out how in the world are we getting a straight line on the equinoxes when the models that they show in the flat earth, just wouldn't explain it, because there's the models, are, well, you can't just look at it and say, well, hey, that the sun is going around 100,000 miles, and if it's that far away, okay, you can get a straight line. But does it? I don't know. So.
Well, that's what we were looking into
And then
as
the
well.
moon cycles haven't been adequately explained to me to make me understand it anyway. The moon phases.
Well, that's the thing is that so we really don't go by the moon phases. It's just which gate the moon is going in with the sun. And then also when the moon is full, it's directly opposite of the sun.
Yeah.
So that constellation behind that full moon is going to just witness to which solar month we're in, and also season as well. But yeah, no,
I mean, I try to visualize when the moon phases are up, how it would be done with a flat Earth model.
Yeah. So that actually, I have quite a few videos on that.
Do
And
you?
actually, yeah. So you can't get the phases of the moon in the model that they show us, because they claim, oh well, that shadow on the moon, it's the Earth in between the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Well, then how do we get that same shadow when the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time and the Earth is completely out of the way?
Yeah. That's what I see. It's
And
just, I think we've got them. I think it's very possible it's all flat, but the
yeah,
models that they're showing are wrong.
yeah. And so actually what I was going to explain too is that straight line. on a flat plane, and how it'll really only work on a flat plane, because if you put it on a curved ball, it distorts that shadow. So and there's a demonstration on YouTube, I'll have to find it again, but they basically take two little pins, and they put it on like a map, and they have a light coming around that shows the sun, and it shows how these pins will make an exact straight line shadow as the sun's coming around on a flat topographical plane.
Mhm.
And he explains how, if you try this on a curve, it's actually going to distort that shadow, because, the shadow is going over a curve. So it's going to curve that shadow still.
Yeah. I'm going to have to get back into that. My
Yeah,
mind's always been open to it, it just, I think, well, that's not the most important thing in my schedule.
yeah. But yeah, no, we can have
But I'm
differences
going,
there. It's fine, but I just go by what I see in scriptures is all.
yeah.
And then I know, so Andrea,
So I'm
since you're,
prone to,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm prone to believe what I can see, and what I see is a flat earth.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is so you can't have a pressurized system like what we have here next to a vacuum without a barrier. So to claim that, we have a pressurized air system next to a near perfect vacuum and nothing's going on, it's literally impossible. And there's actually a video. There's a guy, so he's speaking with this AI bot, and he's giving examples of exactly that. So he's like, so if I have a pocket of a vacuum of air in the center of my living room, what would happen to that vacuum? And the AI was like, oh yeah, it'll just expand into the room until the pressure's equal. And then he said, would you need a containment to keep a vacuum in the center of the room without it expanding? And of course it was like, yes, you need a containment. Otherwise you cannot have pressure next to a vacuum.
Right.
And so he does the same thing with the earth. So he's like, well then how do we have a pressurized atmosphere on Earth next to a vacuum without a barrier? And the AI tried to dance around it. Well, you see gravity and things like this. And he was like, no. We just showed gravity has no effect on pressure. And you just admitted that you need a barrier to contain a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
So how is it not the same with the Earth? And it kept, skirting the question, like dancing around it. And it was kind of funny. And he finally at the end got AI to admit, like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, just interesting stuff.
The
Yeah,
property,
Joseph.
the properties of vacuum I find quite fascinating, because sound cannot travel in vacuum. So no one could speak into anything for anything to be heard, because there is no sound waves in a vacuum at all, nothing to push anything against. Also, there'll be no movement in a vacuum, so how anything can move in a vacuum is quite difficult, because it's got nothing to push against. There's nothing, no resistance whatsoever. And if you put a spaceman in an astronaut suit in a vacuum, that suit will just expand like a Michelin man and probably just burst open because of the pressure within the suit. So the vacuum for me, space is supposed to be minus 14 newtons, whatever that means. But basically, it's all lies. It's all a deception, and the sooner we see the biblical, our own biblical cosmology, then we can start to seriously understand places like Sheol and Hades and domes, and where the third heaven and seventh heaven, where the throne is and everything. But for me, flat Earth is answered so much that I read in the Bible itself.
Yeah, praise Yahuah. Same for me. And on that spacesuit and a vacuum part, so the last time, so they have this vacuum chamber at NASA, and it's near close to space's vacuum, but not quite. Space still has a stronger vacuum than what we can produce here on Earth, so they say. But the last time they put an astronaut in there was like it was before the moon mission, but the guy's blood boiled, and the suit did exactly what Brother Ken said. It expanded out like the Michelin Man. And the astronaut nearly died, and he was only in there for like a couple seconds. But then, next thing you know, they're floating around in space, which is a more powerful vacuum, in these same suits, and they're playing golf.
Yeah.
So make that make sense. So yeah, it's just it's all part of the deception.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's that spider web of Satan's lies, and it's all to hide the truth of Yahuah from everybody, really. And yeah, Sister Rachel mentioned Joseph Hanvey there, and yeah, he actually has a really good model that he shows how it works, and he has exactly how the sun works, and he found what I found as well, which is because they did that whole Antarctica trip to try to debunk the flat Earth. Well, not only was it all staged, but no one ever claimed that you can't see a sun in the south for 24 hours. Why? Because the firmament is actually reflecting. It acts as like a mirror. So like a funhouse mirror. And I have an example video of this where a guy puts a camera in one of those funhouse mirrors, where it's just a flat circle mirror going around you in a circle. And he shows the camera, and you could see the camera reflecting itself right next to each other. So like the image right in front of you reflecting back would be reverse. And then the two outside of it would be forward. And then the two outside of that would be reverse again.
Yeah.
And it's the same as what the firmament does. So it's reflecting that sun back when it's close to the firmament. That's how we get a 24-hour sun in the south, just like the north. But yeah, Joseph Hanvey, he has a physical working model, actually, like to show. It's really fascinating. Yeah, thanks for recommending that, Rachel. Yeah, Andrea, I know since we got you here, so we were talking about, so we kind of brought you up before because you had mentioned the meaning of the word Jew in your native language there. I was wondering if you wanted to kind of speak on that a little bit more. Oh, Katrina especially.
Oh, we have a few words. So the way we have Judean, we have Judeo. It's the same word for Judean, Judeo. The word for Jew is Jidan. It's a completely different form that was used in our folklore to describe giants. And Jidov are synonyms. And Jidov is the archaic form for Jidan. And this is the word that describes a Jew. Because Judean, it's Judeo. It's a completely from Juda or Judah. We have Romanian is the closest language to Latin you can find, even closer than Italian or Spanish so it's the ancient word, that is has so many words from Latin that even Italian or Spanish don't have. So in this regard is the closest to what they were using at that time. So in the past, so we preserve so many of the forms, for instance, even the stauros or the pole, the impaling, we still have the word in my language. So it was not a cross, in Greek. So we have the word actually imported from the Greek. Because we're right there. We're so close to all this region, closer than Italy, closer than Spain, closer. So everything was migrating right into our country. We're at the Black Sea, right across Turkey. So probably so many of this, disaster that might have happened, they were right on top of us, right there. Anyway, so Zhidov is the archaic form for Zhidan, and Zhidan is the word we use for Jew. Lately, in the late or modern history, they begin to translate it as a Hebrew. But we have a word for Hebrew is Hebreu. We have word for each of a word for each of these terminologies, So the only word that I cannot find, in other languages for Jews is this one that we have in Romania, Zhidan or Zhidov. I couldn't find it in any other language. And Romanian is the only Latin country among Slavic countries. And Zhidov doesn't come necessarily from Latin, comes from a Slavic, from Zid, Zidane. That's how it was called, Zidane, the football player. His name is actually, he's a Jew. Yeah, so Zidane means Zhidov or Zhidan. But it was written with a Z in Slavic. This is from where, or instead of saying Zhidan, you can say, or Zhidov, you can say, or Idov, they were calling it as well. That's where their language comes from, Yiddish. The name of their language is by the name of the people. Yiddish or Yiddish is their language. But in English, they didn't keep that name. They changed it to look closer to Judean, as a Jew. But that's why their language is not, they say Jewish, but actually it's Yiddish. If you look at the name of their language, it follows the place where they're coming from, which is a Slavic, actually, based provenience or etymology, or like somewhere from, Asia. It's the southern part of Russia, which is the Georgia, the Caucasus, They migrated up north and then east to Poland, and I was telling you guys, I think, that we have a huge number of of Jews, this Zhidan in Romania, because it was right there across Georgia. Romania is right across Georgia, across the Black Sea. So they were migrating. That was their point of reference. And Crimea is right in the Black Sea. And that was one of their, why do they fight over that territory? And Poland and, Crimea and, Ukraine, because that it was their point of settling. And they were gathering together. Romania has one of the oldest, Masonic lodges in the world, which is their lodges, It was a settling point for them, from which they migrated towards west. And I was reading lately that when they established, the illumination, before it was in 1776, it started right there on our territory when they decided, or the Zionist movement, yeah, it precedes the founding of, the Illuminati here in 1776 in US, but the movement started as a gathering together of all the how you call it, the intellectuals that were not recognized, were not left because they were evil. And nobody was sending them on their territory. They were kicking them out. because they were very well known. So, and to be a Jew in Romania, or Židov in Romania, means to be an evil person. Jidan has a very evil connotation. You're a liar. You're a disruptive person. It has a very evil meaning. That's why it's not used. And right now, if I search, the internet have been cleansed. And everywhere it says, it's a pejorative term. It's not being used anymore. It was used for Hebrew, which is wrong. It was never used for Hebrew in Romania, because we have a word for Hebrew, is Evreu. It was used for Jidan, or Jews, which, I mean, when I started learning English, Jews was not even used for the, Judeans. It was Judean. That's how I learned English in my country, which is 25 years ago. Like, people don't even remember, but I can remember, since I learned it as a foreign language, So the word Jew didn't exist to learn it. It was
Hebrew,
Judean.
Yeah. So Hebrew and Romanian is Ivrit?
Evreu.
Yeah,
Evreu, which
amazing.
Hebrew, it's so close to Ever, Evreu, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Evreu.
That's why I brought that up. I was like, wow.
Yeah, so we have a word for each of the terms, but even English, is like this term of Jew didn't exist, I mean, I don't know if here people were using Jews and how long ago it started to be so popular, but in Europe it wasn't popular. It was Judean. So we were using this term for the people that used to live in that.
And the funny thing about that is, if you notice that Ukrainian war today and the war in Israel kind of started at the same time, and now they're kind of making a peace deal at the same time. It's because they're all the same, literally.
Yeah.
Ukraine, like where the those Edomite usurpers came from, is literally that area of Ukraine. And that's why they all have the big noses and things like that. Well, they have the same origin.
Khazarians.
Exactly, Khazarians. Yeah, Eber or Ever is Hebrew. Yeah. But yeah, Khazarians from that area in Ukraine. This is why they're having the war at the same time, doing the same things, because they're the same people. Yeah, it all connects, that big spider web of Satan.
Yep.
Can I ask whether the Romanian lady there? Thank you very much for that information. Really, very impressed with that. Is there any folklore connection with the Zidane being? You mentioned it means evil and things like that. Is there any connection with the Jews to anything else in your area, i.e. Transylvania and Dracula and stories like that?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't see her in chat. Where did she go? Maybe she dropped out.
What a shame. She was a very interesting lady, wasn't she?
Yeah. Oh, I want to know the answer to your question now too, brother.
I only asked really because I know that our King Charles has a place in that area in Transylvania, and he has boasted in the past that he's connected, his bloodline goes to Dracula. I don't know how exact that is, but I mean, it's strange that it's strange that he seems to have a hangout there, and he goes there at least once a year. There's a documentary that I watched very recently, but the documentary itself was several years old. And they actually walked around the house that he stays at least once a year in Transylvania. I just think there's there's a nefarious connection there. I just wanted to know whether there's folklore around that as well.
Yeah,
Romanian
definitely.
folklore, if you know what I mean.
Maybe
Yeah.
they have an adrenal. What is that? Adrenochrome bottling company.
Trigger
Yeah.
words. Trigger words.
Yeah,
Be careful.
yeah,
Entertainment purposes.
yeah.
Entertainment purposes only.
I would
Yes.
spell out those trigger words.
But yeah, no, I was just about to ask, is there a coffin bed that he's got there? Didn't he make that painting where it's all like this blood red, Dracula looking?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And the other thing about that was remember the butterfly on his shoulder?
Yeah.
There was a
Seems to
butterfly
me
on his
like,
shoulder, wasn't it? It was a monarch butterfly, and I think within the Illuminati, there's I'm not going to explain what happens, but it involves a child, and it's quite bloodthirsty, and they call that procedure the monarch butterfly. It's where they change the mind of that innocent into starting the first stages of mind control. It's quite horrible.
Monarch programming, I believe is what they call it. Yeah. And that's why you see some of these celebrities and music artists, they have like butterflies over their mouth or their eyes or things like that. That's exactly what that's signaling. Like, hey, I am a part of this program. It's their secret language that they use. Yeah, shoot. I was hoping Andrea would be in, but maybe she dropped out or battery died on her phone. But yeah, another interesting thing on that topic too is, there was like a 12 or 14-year-old girl that discovered, nearly all the presidents in America are related back to a king of England as well. All except for like one or two. But that in itself is showing, it's not an election, it's a selection.
selection, yeah.
Yep. Because what are the odds you're going to have an entire family, all that are presidents? Oh, look, Andrea's back. There she is. We lost you there for a minute, sister.
Andrea, may I ask you a question about Romanian folklore?
Can you hear us there, sister? She may be having technical difficulties. Well, if you can hear, sister, just let us know when
I
you're
can hear
back.
you. I can
Oh,
hear
there
you. I
she is.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you guys hear me. It keeps dropping off, I guess. I'm saying something weird.
No, we hear you now, for sure.
Perfect. I know, I don't know who wanted to ask me something. I didn't see exactly.
Yeah, it was Brother Ken.
Ken, ask me what you want to ask me as far as it's gonna stay connected.
Thanks, Andrea. The information, the word study that you've done in Romanian about the Jews is really fascinating.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask whether within the Romanian folklore or fairy stories or anything like that actually refer to these these people performing maybe something a little bit more sinister? Would it go back to Dracula or things like that?
Well, Dracula is kind of in Hollywood invented the story, but it has a little bit of a truth because Vlad Tepes is the name of the Vlad Impaler, the Impaler. It's the name of the Transylvanian leader. Romania is formed of the three big provinces. Transylvania is one of them. When it was reunited in 1918, Transylvania was made part of Romania. But and before that, it was a part of the province that were united under the same name, let's put it, or the language. And this guy, Vlad Tepes, they call him Vlad Dracul because he was so vicious in terms of impaling the Ottoman people or the Turkish people by defending his country. But he was also having a lot of bloodshedding, and they were saying at night he was performing all kind of weird things in his castle and climbing. There's a wall. I even went there with my children this year. Right now, with my father in Transylvania, and his castle is called Bran Castle, and there's a wall that faces one of the sides, and they were saying he was climbing on that wall and coming up and down. The connection with Hollywood and with the British Empire, it's King Charles, it's a relative of Vlad the Impaler. So it's more of a modern history they have, and it's a connection between the new kings, and they are related. And King Charles has bought a lot of territory there in Transylvania, and that belonged to the kingdom before it became a republic. So somehow they're related, and they have a history together, just like most of the recent or modern, as we know, after 1700 or whatever, we ended up considering, this really set up we're having of a history. It started again. I mean, most of these people are related. So I don't know if back in the past had any connection with the beginning of the history of the Jews, but I'm sure that Charles and all of this come from a history related to the Jews as well. But in our folklore, the Zhidov are presented as being giants, having red hair. There's so much connection with the Bible. And for instance, the people in our folklore, in our writings, and I can put you the documents in Romanian. It's hard to translate them because they're huge documents of folklore. But if you search, it's a PDF file. If you search by Zhidov, and you can translate the passages, you would see that they were having, horrifying figures, big heads, they were gigantic people being called Zhidov or Zhidan, which is the synonym for the Jews. So also it's a term for very rich people. They were like presenting as big king, the red king, or the red, which was the most evil king that could come on top of you. So I was trying to put a face in the kingdom, out of the folklore. So I thought that these are the Huns or the Mongolian Empire. But I started to look into other books and to see the history of the area. And they weren't the Huns or the Mongols. The Huns are the Hungarians right now, for instance, to give you an example. That's who Hungary, it's made from, the Huns tribes. Romania is created by the Getodacic tribes. So all that area is just like right now the way it's in Africa. So many tribes, and they have different languages, different dialects. That's how that area was, because we were all pagans. Right at the border with Asia, it's like we're on that flank. So Georgia, it's the flank between the southern part, which is of Asia, towards Europe. And that's why they were having such a strategic, these Jews, the strategic place. You know, they were holding the Caucasian mountains there. Nobody could pass. So, I mean, they were able to migrate to Europe and hold the flank for nobody else, for the Arabic tribes to go through. So they had a lot of understanding and a lot of commercial, you know, or trades with everybody. So they ended up gaining a lot of power and a lot of fortune, you know. But they were presented in our folklore as being the red hair people that were very evil, very brutal, and most of them gigantic. And we have names in Romania of territory, of caves, of it's like cities that carry the name Jidovița, Mana Jidovului, which is the mana of the Jidov, of the Jew. There is actually a food. It's called mana. They have their own food, which is the how you call it? It's in English. No, not blueberry. The raspberry. The mana of the Jew is the raspberries. It's so crazy. They have even their own food because they were wild animals, like wild animals feeding themselves in the wilderness. They couldn't stay among the people because people were afraid of them. And they were migrating into the mountains, they even have a place in the mountain that was place of the giants, which carried their name, Jidovica. I mean, we have tunnels through the mountains that are dedicated. They have excavated gigantic bone structure that they all have been, brushed under the rug and disappeared then by the Smithsonian, and they came right away. Romania has the oldest writings in the world, older than the Sumerian writings. If anybody's interested, you can find the Tartaria plaques. That's how it's called, Tartaria plaques. They have at least 1,500 years before the Sumerian writings.
The Tartarian plates?
Tartaria. We have a place in Romania called Tartaria plates. Yeah, I can send you the link right now. I mean, people don't know because this is not, it's the same history.
Wow. That's amazing. Love that link. Yes.
For Tartaria tablets, that's how it's called. So they're the oldest in the whole world found so far. World oldest writing system. Let me show. I'm putting you a link. Let me see.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So that is.
That's the whole thing about the Tartarian building and
the
mud. Yeah.
It's funny because we have the Sinai mountain. Yeah, we have a mountain called Sinai, which is very close to. I mean, we have so many names close to obviously, people have imported names in the area or whatever they have done. There's like Tartaria. This is the plaques from Tartaria. They're well known, but not promoted.
Interesting.
I'm putting in the link right now, and people can find some more. It's so many things that we don't know. It's just like, for as long as I've been looking into this, you find until a certain point, and then it's a void. You can't pass that. Something is disconnected. You can't connect the dots completely back as I would.
They do that a lot. Like, you can only get so far, and then that's where it ends because they erased so many things.
Yeah, and right now I cannot find. I was finding so many articles about Jidov. It was easier to present this to give it to people to read it in English. Right now I can't find anything anymore in English about Jidov, Jidan. There were articles about the mystical beings called by this name, but in the same article they were not telling you that Jidov used to be the name for Jew. You would have to find other articles that would make this connection and connect little by little, the information, that they were the Hebrew or the Jews, or other article about the, mythological. They're like mythological mythological beings. Just like we have the Greek mythology, this is Romanian mythology, which involves this human animal beings. So
Wow.
there's some sort of, hybrids,
Yeah.
giant
No,
hybrids.
that's exactly what the claims are. Is because they're saying the J-men, the synagogue of Hasatan, they're literally Edomites mixed with the Nephilim,
Yeah.
and so those are the giants. And then you're just confirming all that by saying, look, they had that name, which means, Jews, and it also means those giants. There's
Giants
no
also means it's a black bug. I don't know how to translate it with it means a bug with a very thick liquid, like a fluid that comes out of it. I just don't know how to translate these terms. It's just hard to translate them into English. It means very rich person, and then the pejorative or meaning, it's a liar, a cheater, a deceiver. I mean, we have so many expressions using. I mean, I will have to collect them and put them together. And I think I found at one point a site that it was probably like 150 expressions with Jews, bad expression using Judean, sorry, Židov or Židan per se, in Romanian, all evil expression about their habits, their behavior, their evil doings, they were very well known on our territory, and nobody really likes
So
this nation. That's why they were kicked out from everywhere, pushed away, kicked out,
exactly. Is that word Jidan? Is it related to like Gibborim?
No, the Gibborim was like, I don't know. Gibborim comes, it's like a hormone. I don't know. It's like, if you know there's a root that is called, I forgot the name. Yeah, Gibor. So that was the Gibborim. But I think we have a term also in Romania similar to that. Look, I will have to look into that too, because I looked at one point and it's just, there are too many little details to find out. But no, Gibborim, no, the Židov comes from Jew. So Jew comes from Židov or Židan. Židan is the more new term. Židov is the archaic term, and Jew is the translation of this term, which comes from Židov, Yiddish. That's where the language comes. Židov or Yiddish, Žid.
Exactly. And
Žid.
That's exactly just like Hashem, Hashem comes from Hashema, who is a Shema, it transliterates basically all the way back to Hasmodia.
Yeah. Their name should have never been Jews. There should have been Židan, because their language is Yiddish or Yiddish. Yeah. It's from Slavic, it's Zhu and E are kind of used together. So Yiddish or Yiddish, Židan or Yedan, Yediv, Yedov. In Russian, you pronounce like this, Yedov. In Russian, so it's in Romanian it says Zhidov. But the Zhid, so that's where their language is from. So when I realized that their language, like, wow, they didn't change their language name, they left it as is, because few people, know languages all over the earth. That's their advantage, and traveling all over and know folklore. And, these people live from who knows how many hundreds of years, what they're doing. And they know where there's no way in this world we have the time to collect all this information. We don't, and we can't. It's too hard to translate from one language, and especially in Europe when there's so many languages, The confusion in English is that, okay, there's one word for everything. Now make the connection if you can. You cannot even, people after our generation, they will not even remember that Judean was a word. Yeah. They're just going to say, oh, he's a Jew. Everybody's a Jew. What is Hebrew? We don't know what Hebrew is. It's a Jew. Everybody's a Jew.
Yeah, that's what their plan is. They change it.
Yeah.
It seems like the Romanian language holds on to a lot of similar things to like the Hebrew.
Yeah, we have a lot of history and a lot of similarities, even with the Greek terminology. We hold so much of the Greek terminology, and we were there. Like they were calling the feudals, or all the Domnifanariot. I don't know how to translate this. We have so many terms for these people that have conquered, and they were all over our territory, that it's pretty hard to translate them because they don't exist in English. Fanariots, or it almost sounds like fanatics, but basically they were the founders of the private property when they entered our territory, and they were stealing the territory, or what we will call the colonizers here, from the southern part, from the Turkish tribes, and from the Greek, the Hellen tribes, Macedonian, for instance, Alexandru Macedon was around territory. We have so many Macedonians in Romania,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Isn't that like one of the apostles or someone went around Romania, didn't they?
Well, the Orthodox Church in Romania, they promulgate the fact that, Romania was Christianized in 101, 102 after Christ, but by Apostle Andrew. But that was basically a lie. How would Andrew live until 101, 102? And people don't even think about it. It's just a fairy tale that they sell to the people. It's like he would not leave until 101, 102. Romania was conquered by Romans in 101, 102, and then in 104, 105 after Christ. That's why they say, that's when Romans came and Andrew entered with them. But Andrew did not leave until 101, 102. He died long before that. I don't know. It's just the Orthodox Church has so many fairy tales, because the Orthodox Church, it's a Slavic church. Most people,
That's why it's big in Russia. It is really big in Russia.
Yeah. But it's crazy because they call Orthodox Church, even in, for instance, in Middle Eastern, in Egypt. But Orthodox Church in Egypt is a Coptic church. It's not Orthodox. It's because Orthodox means righteous, or right. So they imported this term. It's just a different form of Catholicism, different habits, or different. But they say they have the Bible, but the how do you call it? The ecumenical, all the rituals are a little different. But they worship Virgin Mary, and Messiah. It's little, in the
It's because
whole.
they stemmed from Catholicism and all that.
Yeah, and the Bibles in the Romanian Orthodox churches still has the archaic expressions. And if you try to read it, oh my God, it's like the archaic words are so hard to understand that there's no way you would understand anything. By the time you finish a sentence, you don't even know what you read. So they're using this, but they're still having they're singing a lot in the churches. They're singing the words of the Bible, but in this archaic form. So it's pretty hard to grasp it. And most people believe that the word of God, you cannot understand it. You have to go to a priest to explain it. But it comes only from this confusion that the Bibles are in this archaic form. So we had a guy that translated, the Bible it's called Dumitru Cornilescu, and he is the only one that started this translation of the Bible by everybody's understanding, through the Queen of England. He was a helper there. He used to be not a pastor, a priest, but he was excommunicated for translated the word of God from Greek and Masoretic texts. So he did not translate from the Septuagint, although he had access to them. So I found it interesting that all these Bibles that we read all over the spectrum are translated after the Masoretic texts, So you just don't really know what's going on,
Yeah, and
Because I compare, yeah, yeah,
it was Rabbi Akiba and Pharisees that made the Masoretic.
yeah. Yeah, and when I looked into the, the Council of Javnia, or Jamnia, the way they call it, which is Tel Aviv, basically right now, there,
Yeah.
uh, when they left Jerusalem and they decided what would be given to the Christians, these Christians that, uh, were forming, or whatever they were calling them, because it was a bad term, they were not calling them the Nazarene, they're like these Christians. So
Yeah.
what was given to them.
Christian is actually a derogatory term.
Yeah.
It comes from the word Cretan, which
hmm
means a dumb person.
Yeah. So we don't even know, like, what was given at that point, and how this evolved into what we have today. But anyway, Romania was, for a long time, was connected to the Vatican because, as I told you, it's the only Latin-based country among Slavic countries. All the countries around Romania are Slavic. There's no Roman. The closest one is Italy, that is Latin-based. So I guess it was their point of control, the Romans' point of control somehow in that area, in that region among the Slavic countries. So they were very connected with the Vatican, and we had some generals in Romania after the revolution that they were talking about entering Vatican writings and everything that they saw there, and that they know all kind of secrets that nobody really understands what's going on this earth. And oh my God, we had so many conspiracy before this conspiracy. This is after the revolution in 1991, 92. So the theory of conspiracy in Romania at that time, wow. Or about the reptilians. We had guys talking about reptilians, and like, dude, they looked at us like after the revolution, like, what fairy tales are this? I mean, we were coming out of such a closed mind environment. We never travel outside. People couldn't travel outside the country. I mean, we had food with portions and all stuff like this in communism. And after the communism, everybody was delivering us all kind of information that looked like, what is this? What planet are we living? So it's just all this conspiracy that right now kind of, they are refreshing my mind in this new times. It's like, wow, we've been hearing about this stuff for so long, but we couldn't even make anything out of them. Like, and there were a lot of people talking about this, reptilians, Nephilims. After that, probably had, connection with some, in that region.
Actually, so in my studies, I found this years ago, but
Yeah.
that reptilian claim,
hmm
it's because those are the ones that are fallen, because, we see the angels with the, like the lions and the bear and the people faces, but we don't see them
Yeah.
with reptile faces. Why? Because those reptile ones are the ones who fell. And
Yeah.
their children are going to look just like them. So that's why we see, the lizard eyes and the crazy teeth and all that stuff with
Yeah.
celebrities and things like that.
Yeah,
Wow.
so I heard about this like 30 years ago, so I couldn't make anything about it. So it's just like, oh, whatever, all these crazy people coming out of from the West. We're like, who knows what they're talking about? So, but right now, understanding that there's so many around us, we don't even know. Who knows who is real, who is not, who is, the Yahuah DNA or not anymore. It's just have to watch it out.
It's that season of deception for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I really believe that we're in this small season. And, I was talking at one point about the 70 generations from the time of Enoch, because he says the 70 generations, they're going to be bound in chains, until they're going to be released. But for the judgment, that's why this is the only thing that I don't understanding. They're going to be released to the judgment. They're going to be released and let loose after the kingdom. Like they're going to be judged, but still let loose after the millennial kingdom. What do you guys understand? Because if there's 17 generations based on Luke, on the genealogy of Luke, were fulfilled at the time of Christ. From Enoch to Christ, there were exactly 70 generations. From Adam to Christ, there's 77. So it's like I was literally thinking, okay, so if the Lord, came and judged all these beings, whatever they were, but they were locked, they were in chain for 70 generations. What happened after that? It was the millennial kingdom, like a time of break for their destruction, and they're still released after that, along with Satan, or is just Satan that's released and using other types of minions, like the Nephilims, combined with humans' blood, because the one that were, locked in chains were the angels, yeah. I don't know if it applies to them. Yeah, it's like those were destroyed, and these are just their blind. I don't know. I was just.
So in the book of Enoch, it says they're going to be locked up for 70 generations until the day of judgment.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was just thinking, because Enoch was in the third generation, so there was 2 generations before him. So 70 generations, that makes from creation basically 9. But in Enoch, we see that 10-week prophecy, which the 10th week would be the renewed heaven and earth. No more sin, death, all those things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just got the gears spinning in my head, because if Enoch was the third generation, and then he's given a prophecy of 10 weeks where there's like 9 generations of men, and then that 10th would be renewed heaven and earth. I don't know, because I know there are a lot of demons that got locked up with him, because I forget where it meant, but it speaks about
I think only the 10% or 10
a
tenth of them was left with Satan.
Yeah.
On the earth.
But I do agree we are in that little season of deception. And I keep meaning to do a whole study on it, to go through all the verses and everything. But to that, I wanted to say there is a lot of people out there promoting that who do have like a new age ideology, or
the Praetorian,
yeah, all that's not what we're talking about. We believe, or what I think is, we are after the millennial kingdom, during that short season of Satan, before Judgment Day.
Before,
Yeah.
I find interesting what that lady says, coming out of Babylon. I forgot her name. I think Katrina, I knew, posted about her when she's talking about the land of Yesu. Because, in an international dateline, she's speaking about that. There's 3 hours worth of land missing out of our time. There's no 24-hour time accounting in land. There's only 21 hours. So, because from on Diomede Island, which is between United States and Russia, that's Diomede Island. That's where you measure from one side of the island to the other. There's 21 hours. There's not 24 hours. So 3 hours of land, worth of land, it's missing from the map. You cannot account it. Yes, there's no accounting in land for that missing time. It's just jumping from one, for instance, if you would be 7 here, it would not turn into 7 the next day. It would turn into, 4 from America to Russia. You would jump. You would miss exactly 3 hours that you cannot account in terms of land. So when she's studying the older map and with the land of Yesu, it's right on that part, where they even drag the international date line. That's where the international date line comes through the Pacific, right through between the United States and Russia, through Diomede Island. It's crossing that line. Can you let me finish? And I'll be right with you. So it's like, how do we even know how many hours? We're just because the Bible tells us. But the reality, we don't have 24 hours of land on the earth. We only have 21. And people don't even, they don't even know that. They just assume, okay, the sun goes 24 hours, but where are 3 hours of land from the map? They just don't exist. Or we don't know where they are. That's why they maintain. And I think that this conflict between Russia and the United States, as she says, it's so artificial maintained, so you cannot be able to go there because it's a military base. You cannot cross it. There's no way you can know what's in that area.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's definitely missing land there. I believe that's where New Jerusalem is sitting for now, because they don't let anybody go to it.
The craziest part is that sea is called even the Bering Sea, and it looks like a pregnancy. If you look on the map, Alaska has a line, like a line of islands, and right on that island, it looks just like the Mariana Trench, if you know, in the Pacific, right at east of what is it called, Japan,
Mariana Trench.
The Mariana Trench. Yeah, it just looks. If you look on the map, it's such a detached form in the ocean. If you look at, that's how it looks even there. It's almost like a belly. That's why it's called the Bering Sea. Whatever is there. Like, if anybody's curious to look on the map and open there, it's like you will see that it's just crazy. I will take a picture right now and send it to you. To me, it looks even like in Arctic Center. It looks like a child that's sitting on his knees and praying. It's phenomenal. Like, how many things you can see in that area.
Maybe that 3 hours is down at the bottom of that trench in a time warp.
Yeah, it could be. Absolutely.
Maybe that's what Enoch 72 verse 5 is speaking about.
Yeah.
It says the sun goes into the north and enters into that portal in the north.
Yeah, yeah.
New Jerusalem can be considered heaven.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Strange things.
Yeah. It's definitely making me think and put things together.
Yeah, I don't know about the Jdanji Dova. I'm trying to see something more conclusive if I can find in English, and I'm gonna put them. I'm still looking to see any of the links that I have, if they still function. They're still working, but I looked last time I talked to you guys, and everything was an error, and I gave up. I assume all of them are gone and wiped out because they're not working anymore. But I had a bunch of them, like in English, and explaining all these mythological beings that were called by this name. So I don't have anything anymore, so it's just crazy how they wipe the internet out.
Yeah, they're good at erasing stuff. There's a thing, it's
that's
called,
for sure.
Yeah. Actually, I have a playlist on my channel. It's called The Dead Internet Theory. And what
the
they
dead
say,
internet?
Yeah, dead internet theory. And so basically what it is in their attempt to put a bunch of useless information out there to hide all the truth, they put a bunch of these spam links or just dead links that really don't do anything, and they clog up these search patterns. So here, let me try and find it here real quick. It's really amazing, and the guy has a lot of evidence and proof for it as well. Here it is. So I'll share the link here in chat. But it's very fascinating, and there's several parts to the series, and then I believe there's a couple other videos in there from even other channels that have found, that said the same thing. Yeah, there's another. So these guys aren't like believers or anything, so, but they do explain, this dead internet theory is what it's called, and how they basically clog search engines with useless sites so that the true websites, they're pushed more and more down the line, and you'll have to scroll through like tons of pages to even find them. But then lately they've been limiting those search results where, back in the day you'd have like hundreds of pages of results, whereas today they'll only give you like 1 or 2 pages of results now. And they do it to hide, like what Andrea is trying to find. They have these links, and then all of a sudden, oh, you try to go to them, now they're broken. That's exactly why they do it. They want to hide the truth, and then, they insert their new doctrine, and then from there forward, the old one gets forgotten about, and they stick with the new one. So like how, for example, so UFOs, they no longer use that term. They don't use UFO. They use UAP or something like that now.
Yeah.
Or
phenomenon.
Yeah.
Something phenomenon.
Yeah, something phenomenon. But yeah, that just an example. Like, so now everybody's going to forget about the term UFO, and they're only going to be thinking about UAP. So now that'll be forgotten. And basically the same thing with this information, but at a larger scale, or a more deeper, meaningful scale,
Yeah, I was going to say that, they've been doing this throughout history. We only have bits and pieces of things.
And that's what they do. So even to find a lot of the information that I try to find, it takes a lot of digging and searching, and then you'll just get to a dead end, and you can't go any further. Especially with, Tartaria stuff, and about these old buildings, and all kinds of stuff. You can only get so far, and then you can't go any deeper. And a few years ago, that's why I stopped.
What happened? Did we get canceled?
No, I guess Jeremy's connection dropped.
He's muted, so.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, my phone just gets hot sometimes, and it'll randomly drop signal out of nowhere. Yeah, there's that Bering Strait land, or what you were speaking about there, Andrea.
Yeah, but do you see? I mean, to me, the shade, the shaded part in the middle looks like a kid that's praying on his knees. I don't know if anybody can see that, but like I feel like it's a kid with his hands in front of his face.
Wow, yeah.
He sits on his knees, and that's the belly of the mom, where's the Bering Sea right in front of him. it's like, I mean, every time I looked at it, it's like, this just looks like a baby in the belly of the mom that prays on his knees. And every map, because right now when I was on the plane to Romania, I was looking to see if the same things it shows on the airplanes map, and it literally showed the same thing. And I was funny because I left with my kids to Romania, and I was telling them, the sun never sets all the way. I left from Romania uh, 9 something, and I from United States at 1:40, and all the way to Romania, the sun never set. We were only flying because the sun was going on the other side of the Arctic, but it's so close in this time of the year, yeah, because it's to the North Pole that you see it all the fly to Europe. So it never got down, just for like 2 or 3 minutes. It disappear like in the farther and just it show up again. Do you guys still hear me? I don't know if I'm still on.
Yeah.
I have to.
Yeah.
So the kids are like, "Wow, Mom, you're right." It's like, Mom, imagine if the sun would have crossed on the other side of the earth, you would have never seen it. I mean, we crossed the earth from one side to the other, and we went along with the sun. And when we went back, the same thing. The sun went with us from east to west, never set down. We were just going with the sun, going with the sun, going with the sun. So It's just they ended up seeing the reality. It's just like, look, it doesn't disappear. It's on the same side. Only that if it goes too far away from you, which is not the case right now, because from California to Europe, we're getting closer to the North Pole, closer to the North Pole. Europe is closer where we go to the North Pole than California. So the sun doesn't go that far from the North Pole on the other side that we cannot see it. So it just goes a little bit, like for 2 or 3 minutes too far, but the light still stays up. You see light, only that you don't see the sun. And then it just pops up again and you see it as it crosses from the farthest point, and it come back again, on the circle. So it's just like, wow, they were so fascinated, because if you don't travel like this, you don't see it, it's just, and you can see right now the planes have, the degree, the lifting of the top of the nose of the plane. You constantly fly at the 3 degree, lift of the nose of the plane. You don't fly straight at 0 degrees. You don't have, at 10 or like, you have the degrees, 3 degrees there, yet you keep the nose lifted. It's just when you're up in the air. And right now you have cameras that see down, they see forward, you can see everything around you, And when you go closer to Greenland, oh my gosh, it's looking so crazy down there, but you don't cross this part, where you see this baby praying. You're outside this area, let's say this way, so you don't know what it is. You go southern part from this. So and I was telling them, we don't really know what's closer to the Arctic, because no plane goes straight through that area. So I don't know from any plane that I took to cross through that area that goes to Europe, unless you take it probably from Greenland and go somewhere to Russia. But I don't even know if there's anything possible like that. If anything crosses the Arctic, I'm sure they're going to say it's too freezing there, and they're going to have to take another path, just like they say with the Antarctica, that's why they don't cross that territory, because it's too cold or whatever. They don't.
If you look at flight paths and ship paths, they don't, no ships, no flights ever go around it. They all go around it.
So anyway, we had this experience. I had this experience with them. It was so fascinating. I was telling my husband travels all the time, and he never, realized this thing. It's like, look, when you go to Europe, he goes to Europe very often. It's like, just look when you leave during the summer, because if it's winter, it's a different thing. The sun is farther. Yeah, it's the Tropic of Capricorn. It moves south, so you're not gonna see it. It's gonna be dark. Yeah, but during the summer, you see the sun all the way. You never leave the sun doesn't leave your sight, because it's very close to the North Pole, unless you travel in the southern you know, how you call it, hemisphere, but I don't even know how to call it, you know, the southern part under the Ecuador, you know. And in that case, during the summer, you're not going to see the sun going to set because it's too far north. You're not going to be able to see it. You go farther from the north. Anyway, it was interesting to see this.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's very fascinating, and yeah, they're hiding land, and I believe the moon map. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but that moon map, where it's a reflection of what the Earth can look like as a map, and it shows that there's land outside of, you know, the ice wall and things like that.
Yeah.
It's really fast. We can go pretty deep into that, but yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what we don't know, you know, that's our problem. How much is there to know?
That's the thing, is we can't confirm it. So we can only speculate.
Yeah, hopefully soon we will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, does anybody have any questions about the stars or anything that we had found, or anything you would like to go over or add? And Shabbat Shalom, Sister Jermaine.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom. I just woke up, so I missed so much.
No worries, we always have it recorded.
I really am thankful for that because I just listened to it through the week while I work.
Awesome. Praise Yah. Oh yeah, I did want to mention something we had found out. So, so doing the math, so there's some math we did about the 294 year pre-C courses that, you know, Gina and Robert and them claim. And Marissa did some math to show, you know, it doesn't line up. And I was double checking that math because someone was asking about it. So I was doing the math, and it was actually a year off of her math that she was doing. So I had to make some corrections there. But good news about that is, you know, that's even worse for the people who claim the 294 years. Because 2019, it was a full moon on March 20th. But then you go 294 years after that, and it's only like a 20% sliver moon or something like that. So it's way, way off.
That's way off, yeah.
Way off. Like opposite side of the spectrum off. And then, so there was someone Katrina was going back and forth with in the comments. And he was saying, oh yeah, well, it's not 294 years. It's, what was it, Katrina? It was like 344 or something.
Oh, yeah.
But then I tested that, and the same thing. It was like a tiny sliver moon. And I was like, yeah, that doesn't even work either.
Yeah.
And I was like, see, the problem is people are just parroting information they heard from others.
Right.
And they're just like, oh yeah, this 294 year cycle. Every 294 years, there's a full moon on the same day. Oh, that's wrong. And then this other guy claiming like 344 years. Yeah, it's full moon the same day.
Where are you going,
Like,
Claudia?
that's
Oops,
wrong
sorry.
too. No
Honey,
worries.
over here. Sorry.
No worries. But yeah, no, so I just wanted to mention that because I have to fix that on the article. So the math is actually just a year off, which Marissa had compiled. So I just wanted to announce that to show we're gonna make a correction with that, and that just really makes it look even worse for them. So
the year off that you found, was that when you were going back 294 years?
yeah, so in a section of my write-up, there's some stuff we got, and it was what Marissa had sent to Robert Villa to show him, hey, look, we looked this stuff up and it's not lining up. And so we shared that information recently with someone on Katrina's post. And he was like, hey, your math's wrong, da da da, like laughing. I was like, no, it's not wrong. And I was like, wait. And I double checked it. And she was doing 293 years, not 294. And I was like, oh, that is wrong. So then I go and do the 294. And I was like, oh boy, what do we got here? And then look and see, oh yeah, polar opposite, even worse for them. Because 293 years, it's at least closer to a full moon. Even though it's only at like 77%, it's still closer than, 20%.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to make that correction there. And along with these leaders of the thousands of the stars that we found as well, that's a real big, confirmation for us. Especially with those 2 added stars, those are the ones, they come out on these specific seasonal intercalary days. Really amazing stuff.
It's fact probably is that all of the ancients read these stars all the time. That's all they had. They had all this information back then. It's just been forgotten.
Yeah, I agree. And actually, that reminds me, because I think it was Lee who brought up, the day that no one knows. And I believe this is it, because, even those who see a divider day, very few actually see where it actually goes. And that's before day 1 of the week. So could that be the day that no man knows?
Yeah.
Only very few
Uh-huh.
would know it. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. Yeah, like there's just so much hidden truth and information, and really, if we stick with scriptures just have to line up with scriptures. So if we're inserting things that aren't found anywhere, we can't run with that, and that's what a lot of people are doing. They're saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
look, these authors' insertions mean it's the moon," and then all these priests, they gathered on the same intercalary week. Well, none of that's in scriptures, and not even in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So
Look, I still found something about Jidoafka, and I translated it on Google Translate for whoever wants to read, and it's goes back to the mythological name, or Jidauka, old, more rare and more ironic, Jidan, crooked path and evil to defilement of the Jews who have always been and have been Prohodu. This is a very evil mythological being. Wandering Jews, it's a character in medieval legend. This is in Romania, also called Ahasverus. Isn't this crazy? That it goes back to the Book of Esther.
Wow.
Ahasverus, cursed by Christ to wander until the end of the world because he did not let him rest on his porch when he carried his cross. So this Zidane, Zidov, it's a mythological, it's a, a medieval legend called this guy Ahasverus, Zidov, because Christ has cursed him to the end of the world. Or Zidane, because you can see, it's upper in the same thing. It's the defilement of the Jews. It's associated with the Jews, yeah. So you find little traces and association, but we know that Zidane is a Jew. Here it just says crooked path and evil to defilement of the Jews. To the defilement of the Jews. Yeah. So I'll find more. I'm trying to look on Yandex. Yandex is another Google, where you can find some more hidden, like an engine of not Google, because on Google I can't find anything.
Like a search engine, yeah.
A search engine, yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna find anything on Google.
Yeah, no, it's just, I don't know if I post this, but it's in Romania. So whoever wants to read has to go to the Google Translate and back and forth, Look, and it has a second meaning here. I'm going to translate this one and post it because here it says about the giant, and also that's another form they use.
That's very fascinating. Very fascinating.
Where we have a word related to them is like when you throw something on the Sabbath day, on the Sabbath water. Oh my gosh, it just hit me. Oh, I gotta find this because it's related with the Sabbath. I gotta find all this expression connected to Zidov, to the Jews. Oh my gosh, they're so evil. And they have a water, an expression related to the Sabbath, and the water is like throwing something on the Sabbath water. I gotta find it. I am just gonna look into that. It was just, brought back my interest to look into this.
Yeah, no, that's interesting.
Yeah, because it's related to the Sabbath. So I can't remember, I looked at one point a while ago. Here, this is another part where it says that Zidov, it's an adjective, gigantic, Zidav. Zidav is I posted the picture of the translation, as Grbov, Grbav, derived from giant, yeah? The Serbian is Jin, or giant, yeah? They have other forms of using this, but it's not related to the Jews. They don't call it Jews anymore, or like gigant, huge. The form Jidav as adjective is found in the novel Haidukul. This is a Romanian novel. Yeah. But we will have to go there, and the novel speaks about a giant, the Grbov, like Grbov is like a hatchback. How do you call the hatch? The writing, the guy with the big bump in the back. Hatch. Gosh. The one that was punished. Yeah, say it again.
Hunchback.
Yes, a hunchback. That's a Grbov. Because I don't know how to translate all these terms. Yes, it's like a mutilated person.
Is that where the Hunchback of Notre Dame comes in?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what it means. Grbov. That's what it means. That has a hunchback, or how do you call it? Of Notre Dame. What do you think Notre Dame is? Notre Dame is Our Lady, which is Ishtar. That's what the Notre Dame comes from, Notre Dame. And it's the cathedral, yeah? It's Our Lady. It's the representation of Ishtar, or Columbia, or whatever you want to call it, yeah?
That's why all the actors and stuff came together to
Yeah, I mean, it's the root of Freemasonry is there, where they all got it together, because Paris comes from Per Isis, yeah? Paris comes from Per Isis, or sisters of Isis, in Demotic, in old Egyptian, Per Isis. I mean, Paris, it's very ancient and very, the stone that has been, rejected by the Masons. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
That's who they are. So that's what Notre Dame is, and the hatchback of Notre Dame. All these writers, all this, especially the classics in the Beethoven, and they were all Masons, but most of them were Jews. This Judan that I'm telling you about, yeah. So in this movement that I was telling you in 1700, that was put together, that all the so-called educated, the people that did not enter at the courts and stuff, like they couldn't enter. They formed their own gathering together, and that's when they decided that they're going to put the foundation of the Zionist movement. And that, started, and this happened in France. Yeah, so France was the location and the gathering together of all the intellectuals. Yeah, that's why France is so important for them. That's where it started. And then they started to put the foundation where they go, which location, but that was the center of their European movement, And from Romania, we have so many that they were going to France to get educated, as you can say. They were not getting educated. They were entering all kind of movements, intellectual movements, as you want to say. We have so many writers in Romania. One of our poets wrote it's called Luciferul, but it speaks about Lucifer, who left it has 99 verses. It's like a poem, but with 99 verses. One of the most, one of the most famous poem in the whole world. And how this luminary left his, heavenly realm to come down on earth. He fell in love with a human, with a daughter of a man. He came down on earth. I mean, the poem is beautiful, but we learn it in school, and it has 99 verses, and you have to learn so many verses. And it's a classic, and it's a capodopera of poems writing. And when we learn it, we don't make the connection, but you grow up and you learn all the stuff, and you look into the words like, wow, we were learning about, Lucifer, and we were forced to learn the verse and everything, and we are fascinated. We dream about this type of love. You understand? This is how idiotic is, that somebody leaves his place on earth to come down on his place in heaven to come down on earth, and the type of love that it's expressed in this poem, that this celestial light, it's giving up his forever life in order to be with a human girl that in the end end up not sharing in his ideas. But it's about the fallen angels, not about the Satan or anything, but it's just presented like that because they're all luminaries, So it's called Lucifer. This is the name, which is come from Lucius, Lucifer, luminaries, basically. So it's the story. And this guy has written about demons, about, oh my gosh, his writings are so crazy and so vivid. Just like, the Screwtape's Letters of C.S. Lewis. That guy must have been demonically possessed when he wrote that book. There's no way, Just like all these writers that are writing from a perspective that a normal person would not have upon these dark forces or there's no way you can write like this unless you've tapped into some sort of realms, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And he was he was a Freemason as well. You know, they're all Freemasons or connected to them.
Yeah.
And yeah, so there's the Catholics have this song where they sing it in Latin, and that's
Oh,
exactly
yeah.
that's that word that you hear, Lucifer or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally a song about him. The Catholics sing it at their masses and things.
They're black
Yeah.
masses.
Yeah, black masses, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a channel on YouTube. It's called Shaking My Head Productions.
Oh,
Or
yeah, I
more.
know him. Yeah.
That's where I saw the video though, because he shows a lot of videos that expose things like that.
Yeah.
And he plays their song, and there's like a translation above it, and it says, you know, like all praise, you know who, things like that. And yeah, it's wild. You know, they push who they worship, and you know, it's right there in the open. If you just open your eyes and see what they're saying.
Yeah. It's all around us in every way.
Yep, Satan no longer has to hide.
In your face. Exactly the way it is.
Yeah, and we see it all around, unfortunately. But yeah, no, that's very interesting information there, Andrea.
Yes, very.
Because a couple of weeks ago we were speaking about the synagogue of Hasatan and talking about them, and that's why I remembered you'd spoken about that before. So yeah, no, it was really awesome to go back over it. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, look, I found something about Hebrew Ashkenazi right now, where they began in the 9th century, and it's connected to the Yiddish, the Jidan and Yiddish. But I found it on Yandex, and Yandex is some sort of a Slavic Russian engine. So it's different. It gives you a lot of information in Russian, in Czechian, in Czech, in all kind of language. So it just says that Yiddish language is the historical language of the Ashkenazi Hebrew. It began during the 9th century in Central Europe, providing the Ashkenazi Sapolin community with a high German vernacular associated with elements of Hebrew and Aramaic, as well as Slavic and Romance languages. It's funny because the Romance languages, the Romanian has a lot of gypsies, which is one of the Romance languages, you know, and it's crazy how gypsies have so many words that sounds like Yiddish. It's like, and Yiddishtia is written in a complete version of Hebraic alphabet. I don't know what is this, so it's just probably a writing or something. This one is what I'm translating from Slavic, from Russian. But it tells you that that's where their start is in 9th century. They don't go farther than that. It's just like an American Jew in Israel. I don't know if you ever guys read that book.
I've heard of it. I haven't read it though.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's about Judean. It's how do we call it? It's not an Ashkenazi. It's gosh, I forgot the term.
Um, The other
How
one.
you call it? Yeah. So he said this because he wasn't an Ashkenazi. He ended up going to Israel, and they were treating him like a second-class citizen. But he married a woman that was an Ashkenazi Jew, and because of that, his wife was kicked out of the tribe. But he's the one who, among the first ones, like I found, to start telling about this Ashkenazi and when they're coming from, that they have no Mediterranean, bloodline, or they don't come from that area, and because of what they did to him, and he was an American Jew, that went back to Israel, but he was like a Sephardi Jew. Let's put it this way. He wasn't an Ashkenazi Jew. So because he was a Sephardi, and he was treated there in the kibbutz as a second-class citizen. So because you have to be an Ashkenazi to be treated as with all the rights and everything. But he ended up falling in love with an Ashkenazi, and because of that, his wife was kicked out of his family. They couldn't get rights and everything. So he struggled, and in the end, after he wrote this book, he was killed. Wow. About the history of the Ashkenazi. Yeah. An American Jew in Israel. Yeah.
Yeah, because, Khazar's the son of Gomer. He's the son of Jacob. Yeah, it's
grandson of Gomer, or grandson of Japheth.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So they stem from Japheth, and then I believe Edom also stems from Japheth. So
they do somehow. I don't know whether it's probably through some of Esau's sons and daughters.
Yeah, exactly, because they're from Esau, and then I believe they mix with Japheth and all that, and Nephilim, and basically all the bad people mixed together.
Yeah.
Wasn't Esau's wife a giant? Isn't that where it all sort of comes out from?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, and we see, Esau, he didn't get the blessings or anything like that. But yeah, it all links back together with who those people in that land really are. And then when true people go there, it's like, oh, they're treated as second class and things like that because they know the truth.
So, if they are not the real Yahudah, who is? It would be us.
Israel.
Exactly.
Because it wasn't just about a land, it was about a people group willing to be in covenant, right? Well, not at first willing, I guess.
Yeah.
They wanted to be in their own covenant.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a video that shows, because they claim to be white when it's convenient for them, but then they don't. Because they're not really like the rest of us who are white. They are Edom, but they want to make it appear as just everybody who's white is just Edom. No, it's only them that are Edom. And there's actually a really good video. Actually, it's a whole series, but it's 100 proofs that Israel was white. And I'm not trying to make it a racial thing. All people can repent and make it. And I think
can all be grafted into Israel.
Exactly, because we see a whole mixed multitude went out of Egypt with Israel and became part of them.
Exactly.
So I'm not pushing like a race thing or anything like that. I'm just trying to point out like they claim to be us when they aren't. And therefore, it gives all of us, that bad name, which is where these black Hebrew Israelites and things like that come into play. And then they are racist because they say, if you're not black or Mexican, you need to bow down and kiss their feet and things like that. And it's like, nope. But in reality, this was all done because of that synagogue of Hasatan. They started the whole racial thing. They started the whole grooming children thing. The whole, what is it? I'm trying to look for the right word.
Well,
androgyny or androgynous.
anything to corrupt, that's what they are. Like Andrea was saying, the writers and everything in Paris and Hollywood, everything that goes wrong, they do it to corrupt. They do it to corrupt Israel and to eventually slaughter Israel, true Israel.
It's true.
Yeah, it's practically. I think that the reason why they wanted to see some markers of the blood of people, why they did all this test and everything. There must be a reason outside of the fact that they inoculated them with the snake poison, which is virus, because in Latin, virus means poison, precisely from a snake. That's what virus means in Latin. Yeah, it's poison. So when they call it, virus COVID-19, it's that poison from I don't know, whoever is Cobra 19, whatever it is.
That's probably pretty close to the truth there now. You heard of Dr. I can't remember his name now.
Ardis? Dr. Ardis?
Ardis, yeah, Dr. Ardis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because how poison a snake is killing his, prey. It's just the venom, that's what it does. It's just block the absorption of oxygen. It's suffocating them. It's the same thing that was happening with people. Yeah, they were not absorbing oxygen. It's like, and they were feeling like they breathe, but they can absorb the oxygen. They were ending up in the hospital. Because if they would not go to the hospital, they would not die because the poison was not, intended to kill you at home. Isn't that crazy? It was intended to kill you in a hidden environment, so they can get the credit and dance that they're the savior of the world.
Yeah.
So if you would have waited enough time, the body would have,
Vaca means cow.
Yeah. Vaca in Romanian, that's what it is. Cow is vaca.
Yeah.
The Romanian, the word for cow is vaca. It's just that's how we, and
the jabs is their golden calf.
The vaccination, from vaca.
Yeah, and they're poisoned from the snake venom.
Yeah, in Romanian, it's the vaccine, and it's crazy. Yeah, it's just all this testing. I'm sure they had a lot of purposes why they were collecting DNA or whatever, or seeing what's happening. It's just whatever. We have traces inside of us that says who we are.
Yeah, that's why companies like what is it, 23andMe and all that.
Yeah, buying the bot and to collect them.
They collect it and just to have it on file, and they'll sell it, and they make copies of your DNA to do whatever.
And I'm sure based on the testing and seeing, which areas are, more without the Nephilims or whatever, I think they were measuring for, some sort of traces of their Nephilim in the blood. I believe that some people have, and they don't know. It's just because of all this mating and combination
I believe
between
that.
races and stuff. Sometimes I think some of us might have, and we don't know, and they were measuring who to kill first, and
Yeah.
based on their testing, they knew where to poison first
Yep.
because it wasn't going everywhere the same way. People were getting sick by the cities. Oh, in that city, is in that part, is in that part, or in that part. So it was going like that,
But
propagated.
I believe they're looking for who has, either Nephilim in them or who has the chosen, because we have it in our DNA as well. If Yahuwah chooses us, they can read
Yeah.
that in the DNA. So really it's a twofold reason what they're looking for both sides. Like, yeah, who are the evil ones and who are the set apart ones, basically.
Yeah, I believe that too. So
Yeah, quite a bit of a.
You suppose that's what they were trying to do with CRISPR, was to cut that part of the DNA out of everyone?
Oh yeah, yeah. They have that so they can edit out what they
Yeah.
feel. Like they can. That's what they demonstrated with those quote unquote dire wolves that they brought back from extinction. They used the CRISPR technology to take the cells from a modern wolf and only brought those dire wolf traits found in the DNA. They only made it so
Yeah.
those come out. So
Interesting.
yeah. And you know what? It's just like what happened in the days of Noah. Because as we read in Enoch, they committed abominations not only with people, but with the birds and the beasts and even the fish of the sea.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they created chimera. What did they do? Mixed DNA, and they made these chimera. And that's where you get, these eagle or dog-headed gods or
Yeah.
minotaurs, horse people,
Yeah.
what have you.
That's all real.
Yeah. But they teach everybody, oh, that's just a myth. None of these things existed.
Well,
Well,
people don't realize that those people had high technology back before the flood.
yeah. Oh, yeah, they did. They absolutely did. That's kind of what I mentioned earlier, because the city layouts back then looked like the layout of, a computer board for your computer or inside your phone
Hmm.
even. Like it has those big main chips and stuff, and then all the little tiny ones, and then the little pathways or roadways. It's
Circuitry.
yeah, and all these big buildings were on specific what they call ley lines and things like that.
Yeah, those ley lines are interesting. It's no telling how they communicated back then.
Yeah, it, I believe they had the same technology as we have today, but it was greater
Yeah.
or in a
Yeah.
more
I agree. I agree.
because what we have is just what they've given to us that they've already discovered.
Hmm.
So they have these ancient technologies that they know about, but they haven't released to the public. And that's why, from 1900 to now, we've had this, within just 150 years, we've had more of a boost in technology and all that than, in the last few thousand years.
What do you think they're hiding from us at CERN?
I think they're opening those portals. They're trying to lift the veil between the spiritual and the physical.
Yeah, I've wondered about that.
I think when they do that, they're opening these portals, and so
The
they're
bottomless
allowing,
pit.
yeah, so they're allowing these demons and unclean ruach that are in that bottomless pit access to come out now.
Well, it all seems to fit, doesn't it?
Yeah. And there was a guy actually speaking, so he was having a conversation with AI, which again, I believe it is 100% like demonic and a demon. But he was speaking to an AI, and he said something along those lines, like, "Yeah, technology isn't new." Or no, it was saying it was controlled by a demon. And the guy was like, "Oh, well, where did this technology come from?" And they said it's from the demons. And they said, "Oh, so it wasn't man who made all this stuff?" And he said, "No, it was demons who, speaking to man, showed them how to do these things." So then here we are again. Yeah,
using
same
men's
thing.
hands.
Exactly. So AI basically admitted to him, like, it's being controlled by a demon, and that these demons basically showed man how to create all this technology for their, big plan to come to fruition.
I
And I don't
wonder
know.
if that's how they came back after the flood too. Maybe.
Yeah.
Which I have a question. So somebody, and I think it's from that group, with Linda, who I'm going back and forth with. I'm not positive, but
Yeah.
commented on one of my uploads of your video. How is it a sign if we cannot see it with the naked eye? That's not how Yah works. What do you say to that?
So I say to that, Enoch was taken up and he was shown all of these things. So even though we cannot see those two added leaders, it still happens on these days, as we can clearly see. So Enoch was taken to a place where he could see these things. And Enoch doesn't say that all these star signs we have to be able to spot in the sky all the time. No, because he's mentioning ones that we can't see as well.
But
Because of
we
that.
have a technology now that can allow us to view these things, just like they probably had back in the day too. Like
Yeah, exactly.
we're devolving. We're not evolving.
Yeah, who's to say they didn't have these stars? Oh, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, I've often thought about this, and when we go back, we hear of in the book of 12 Patriarchs how Judah was running faster than lions and things. I think as our generations have been born, we've become weaker and weaker and weaker. And I'm quite sure that hundreds of years ago, our eyesight would have seen things that we were supposed to see. Just over the generations, we're losing so much with our own physical being. And only recently today, I was just browsing about a guy who spent some time with with a tribe in Africa. I think it was Africa. And when the tribes people found out that this guy couldn't hear the stars, they were absolutely amazed. What do you mean you can't hear the stars? We're hearing them all the time. So there's something that we've lost over over the birth as we go. And I just think that we are like in as Ezra said, why is everything getting smaller? And we're almost like it's going to sound like a bad phrase, but it sort of puts it into perspective. We're the last generation. We're the last of the litter. We're the smallest. We're the almost like, and here's a terminology I don't want to use, but we could be the runt form of what Adam and Eve were, if you know what I mean. We're the sort of weakest, smallest little generation that's to be born, if that makes any sense. And it would answer why we can't see these stars. It would answer why we can't hear the stars, let alone can't see them. I imagine hearing stars. But I think, we're missing out on so much that would have been there for us. I mean, our smells probably depreciated so much. Enoch's always talking about fragrances and smells and things. We lose all the names of all the trees, flowers, birds. Do you know what I mean? We're just becoming weaker and weaker and weaker the longer that we continue on.
Yeah, exactly. And no, that's fascinating because they heard the stars. And what if they had the ability to hear these stars singing? Because that's what we see is these luminaries sing to Yahuah day and night. And they do put off frequencies. And then I was going to add to that. So they had mechanisms or technology back in the day that tracked exactly where the sun, the moon, and all the stars would be at. So sure, they might not be able to see it with the naked eye, but they had mechanisms and machines that can also track these things. And you can find historic archaeological evidence of these things as well. There's the Antikythera clock or something like that, or Antikythera mechanism. And it was literally a machine designed for just that, for tracking the luminaries. So who's to say what Enoch told them, and then they started tracking it, and they made a mechanism to track it, and then they could see these stars, like behind the sun, that we wouldn't normally be able to see because the sun is there. But then once they're out of where the sun is, or the sun moves out of their position, then we could see them. So, I mean, star tracking apps are modeling, but not necessarily, because they had, there's the Prague clock where it's tracking the sun and the moon like perfectly, and it lines up.
And the constellations, it's tracking the constellations at the same time. It's an incredible piece of machinery.
Yeah, exactly. So we can see they had ways to track these things even back then. And like we were just speaking about, if they had, all this technology back then, I'm sure they were able to track all these things. But of course, these are what mainstream, they hide all these things. And yeah, like, so like what you were saying there, Brother Ken, because throughout the generations, our DNA would kind of degrade because Adam and Eve, they were made perfect. So their DNA was perfect. And then, but each generation, it would degrade just a bit more and more and more until where we're at now. We're like, our eyesight's not that good, our smell, our hearing, things like that. It's not what it used to be. But they want to push that whole narrative, oh, well, the further back you go, the more cavemen like we were all. That's just not truth at all. But so many fall for it.
But we may be weaker now physically, but praise Yah, He's given us light to speak to those who seek.
Yeah,
and I think that's where our advantage is today. Is if we're seeking Him and His kingdom, He's giving us the light to see, to counteract all of these evil things in the world.
Yeah, praise Yahuah. I agree.
This kind of a platform is just so wonderful because there's so many different thoughts and coming out, and you put all these different thoughts together with the help of Yahweh's power. We're getting more and more of the truth all the time. It's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. All praise to the Most High. And that's why I say, we all need each other and we all have a different piece of that big puzzle. So when we come together and we're able to reason together versus, just coming with claws or teeth shown or wanting to argue, things like that.
Yeah, yeah.
We should be coming together and be like, hey, let's work together, reason together, and see what we can figure out. Praise Yah. But yeah, it's really a blessing to have this group, and so many new people joining as well, and we just all become family, and it's awesome. And we all have our ups and downs as well, but it just makes us all stronger if we're able to work through things and come together and just be able to reason together. That's what it's really all about. That's when the Ruach is going to be there.
Yeah, that's right.
So yeah, it's all about coming together, honestly. Just being able to reason together instead of fighting or arguing, things like that. So yeah, does anybody else have anything they'd like to talk about or have any questions or what have you? What about you, Katrina?
No, I feel as though we have plenty of witnesses of the start of the year, and I think the stars are really confirming everything that, like, it just keeps on mounting and lining up. And those who want to deny creation week, they're going to have big problems, and it's unfortunate. But you can't have day 4 without creation week. It's just as simple as that. And the people that want to start the day after the equinox or use day, it just doesn't fit with all the scriptures in the scrolls. So people want to deny either Jubilees, or they want to deny the scrolls, or they want to deny creation week now, or they want whatever. They just want to all delete all of the evidence. And it's very unfortunate. And so we have Dustin tonight. He's going over the Ancient of Days is not the same thing as what is it? The Head of Days.
Oh yeah.
Tonight on Jackson.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're gonna be there. We'll see.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jackson Snyder is having Dustin Hoffman on tonight, and he's the one we had on last week for a quick fellowship. Well, discussion or debate rather, but anyway. So he's going to be on Jackson Snyder talking about the Head of Days and the Ancient of Days. But what it is so Enoch is referring to Yahuah as the head of days, and Daniel refers to him as the Ancient of Days. And so I kind of went over this a couple weeks ago and a little bit today, but really, so the head of days that's the name for Yahuah. And he has that name because he was there before there were days, before there was weeks, before there was months. That's what the head of days means. And so that's exactly what fits with Genesis 1 and Jubilees. And he's the head of days because he is before the counting of days. So the problem with Dustin's presentation is he's claiming he's the head of days, but he's putting them in between days 3 and 4 of the week. So then we already have days 1, 2, and 3 that have passed, and he's saying, well, he's the head of days and putting them right there. Well, that's impossible because 3 days have already passed. So that negates the head of days deal because that's not the head of days.
Yeah, I would want to be there to support Dustin, but if he's going to come against the creation week, he's like biting off his own foot. So,
Where is
yeah.
the term ahead of days from?
That's in Enoch. That's what Enoch calls Yahuah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. And then Daniel calls him the
The Ancient of Days. Yeah. I did not notice the ahead of days.
Yeah, it's really awesome because we can see, Daniel was basically calling him the same thing. Ancient of days, head of days, basically the same terminology.
So what are we going to do? We're going to go?
Yeah, let's think about listening in.
I think you should go, and when Jackson asks for a moderator, it should be one of you guys.
I know, right?
No, it's probably already established that his butt buddy, Robert, is already his newfound pet.
Well, I'm going to raise my hand, and then I'll pass it over to one of you.
I don't know how to moderate. I don't even care to moderate. I want to just be there to maybe help and support Dustin if need be. Jeremy, you could maybe even go in and raise your hand and say what you just said. But I don't know. All week I've been back and forth with Robert. He didn't answer any of the questions. He's just continuing to just mock. He's being very unfair. And so if Jackson Snyder might not see that side of him yet, because he's still trying to win him over. But, we see it. We're experiencing it. And it's a shame. It really is.
Yeah, I've actually gotten several comments and some emails and things about that because they're even talking about that. They were saying basically, yeah, we could see what Robert and Gina were doing to you there, and we don't think it was right or it was fair. So yeah, I've gotten some comments and feedback, supporting us on how they act towards us.
Yeah, and my friend Michelle, who was kind of like not seeing what I was saying about like the Gregorian week, she finally wants to look at this stuff. So I'm just praising Yah that, we might not be able to reach Jackson or Robert, but there's still people in there that hearts can be moved and changed with our seeds. So, it's just, I kind of still want to be there to be a witness, even though it's unfair playing grounds. But who cares? Like, yeah, we'll put the words in our mouth and give us the opportunities like he has been doing, so to help other people see the truth.
Yeah, that's fine. Yahuah will always make a way for his truth. So that's how I see it.
So, Sukkot, we're going to try to find a different thing for Sukkot because Marissa is not having hers. So, yeah, we'll have to plan something else, and I'm sure Yah is going to definitely provide. He always does.
Yeah. Yeah, so we still have that planning group for it, so we'll get more details going in there. So we're looking for a new spot to hold it at, and once we figure it out, we'll let everybody know.
Or perhaps join another group, like maybe Ambassadors of Yah.
Yeah. They are actually
They're having.
Where are they having? Yeah.
Northern
Where is
Arizona.
theirs, Katrina?
Actually, Northern Arizona here.
But they're having another one closer to us too. So there's
Ambassadors,
two different. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
I have to figure out where that is though.
Well, we have to even talk with Jimmy because he kind of we left on a bad note, or he kicked us out on a bad note, I should say, just because of Satan's little season. But yeah, Australia. Trust me, I would. I would love to go to Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll take a boat out there.
But who knows, with the unforeseen circumstances might arise as well, too. So it's always just good to kind of prepare for everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll pray about it. We'll get together and we'll figure something out.
Yeah. Maybe, Yah's wanting us to get into those camps, and show face, say hi to, other brethren. So it could be just that. Never know.
Yeah. Definitely going to be working on that this week coming. Yeah. I'll try to reach out to Brother Jimmy and see what's going on. Try to make amends, I get it. People get triggered because they don't like things that they hear. But it's not a reason to separate or hate each other over. We're not enemies, I shouldn't say we got, but Jackson Snyder's Zoom meetings, I think about 8:30 Eastern tonight. And that's where Destin will be presenting. So if you want to join, it's cool. It'll be that same Zoom link, and it's in our library fellowship group under the links section, the links tab, and it's the Yahuah, something.com. Yeah. Yeah, I was probably gonna listen in and see what it's about. And oh yeah, I was looking into those lunar stations or moon mansions as they call them. But it seems like it's just like what the moon is for. It's just a witness. So it's just what gate the moon is coming into at these certain times of the year. So it's basically just a witness to what's going on. But I want to look more into it. And Dustin said he was claiming to know a lot about it. So I want to hear what he has to say and then, go test it out and see what I can see. But so far, it looks like just what we've already, found before is just, when the moon is entering into the same gates, and then when the moon is full, that zodiac sign behind the moon is just going to be a witness to which solar month that we're in, which season as well. Because that full moon's always going to be opposite of the sun, where the sun is at. There's going to be an opposite sign behind each one.
Yeah, it's so crazy to me. It's like, wow, we found something big here. Every time we find something so huge and put it out there, we're just getting hit with mockers and scoffers because it doesn't line up with what they're doing. So, yeah, they're just in denial.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. We
Sad.
And they just deny it.
I mean, really think about that comment. How is it a sign if we cannot see it with the naked eye? That's not how Yah works. I mean, but we have the sun.
Yeah, exactly. And those specific stars are just witnessing to exactly what's going on already. So we can see with technology exactly what it's doing. And we have found similar ancient technology that they were able to track and trace these things. So Enoch was taken up to above where he saw literally everything. And I think that's what a lot of people forget, is Enoch was taken above into the heavens. He was shown everything from Yahuah's point of view, like how Yahuah sees it. But whereas down here on Earth, we have, refraction, atmospheric lensing, sin, all kinds of stuff. And so that's why from down here, we're seeing differently than what's up there. Like the stars behind the sun during the daytime. Yeah, we can't see them during the day, but Yahuah sees them. Yahuah put them there for that reason.
They said no. I believe when Yah tells us one of these things, the luminaries are for signs, we ought to be able to see them, don't you?
Yeah, so we see those 4 leaders right in the morning, just before sunrise, where it's still dark and you can see them. Yeah, those can be visibly seen. Nowhere does it say you have to cite these added leaders of the 1,000. Enoch is just explaining these things, just like the moon. He never says to cite the moon, but he's explaining what it does. Same thing with the stars. Never says to cite these certain ones, but certain ones are up there to cite and look at. Not all of them have to be cited and looked at to see that's exactly what's going on. So they just happen to come out on these days and we could see it. But she's going to deny it because we can't see it with our naked eye. Well, Yahuah did that for a reason. And they literally
Well, can they be seed or can't they be seed?
They can be.
They can be. You just said they can be seen. So,
But not during the day. But when they make their course, you can see them at night. So when you track them when they're out at night, that's how you get the course of what it's doing during the daytime.
right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Case closed.
Yeah,
They just don't want to look.
exactly.
But it sucks though too, because I mean, we have so much light pollution, you know, that it might be hard, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. It means, okay, well, we have the technology. Use it.
Yep. It's the same technology they basically had back then as well. You know, they had machines designed to track these stars, the courses of the stars,